And we're live. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How is everybody this beautiful Monday morning, the start of the work week? I apologize for bringing that up. I am so sorry for that. But it is the beginning to a new week, getting a little bit closer to spring, a little bit closer to some nicer weather, at least in my area. And that I cannot wait for, guys. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. So sick of this horrible winter weather. You have no idea, guys. I am sick, sick, sick of it. Tired of being cold. Tired of looking at snow. I want to get outside and do what I can do outside. I want yard work. I want my yard put back together. Excuse me. I also want. I want to get in my garage and get some stuff set up. And put that together too. Wait a little bit here. Get some people going in here. Um, I'm just tired of being trapped in the house because it's too cold to go outside and there's too much snow outside or whatever. So I got a lot of shit to do out there. Lots of it. So let's see what's going on for the day. I should share this out. Let's see here. Good morning, Elizabeth. How are you today, dear? How are you today, dear? It's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Sorry if I'm a little quiet. I'm just trying to get this shared out real quick. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm doing okay, Elizabeth. Thanks for asking. Long week, long weekend. Back to the grind. All that fun crap. It's good to see you here, though. Thank you for being here once again. If you happen to see the link, um, if you don't mind sharing it, I just did. And the more the better. I didn't mention to anybody I was going to do this today, so a lot of people probably didn't know about it. Like I said, I've been having those problems with technical issues with my PC and stuff like that. I did get some of my other one built. Luckily, I'm waiting on it. I have to get together two more pieces, and I'll be good to go. And I will be doing way different stuff, uh, better stuff. So, you know, thank you, Elizabeth. So, how was your weekend? Why, good morning, Cecilia. How are you today, my dear? Um, my weekend was good. Yesterday, usually on Sundays we just do like a family day, and all the kids will come over. Thanks, Elizabeth. I appreciate it. Kids will come over, grandkids. We'll just kind of do the whole family thing, hanging out, make dinner. Just that's what we do. That's about it. We had a good Sunday yesterday. Saturday we didn't do a whole lot of much of anything, and then well, we like to be outside. That's the thing with our family. And with this damn weather, it's just not happening. So I cannot wait for it. Every day it seems to get a little closer. We got a little setback Saturday. We got dumped on by snow again. Gotta love it. Living in the northern states, it's always fun. So, but I am hoping. It looks like the sun is out today, and the snow is melting, and we are moving towards spring. Thank the Lord. And how was your weekend, Cecilia? Thanks, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not going to get into anything until I get a few more people in here. Yes, spring. Spring and fall are my two favorite seasons. I'm not a good morning, my friend, a stranger than fiction. Thank you for being here. Um, I do not. I used to be the other way around. When I was younger, I used to love summer, and I liked winter a lot too. But no, 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 no. The older I get, the harder it is on my body with the cold weather and all that shit. It hurts. Plus, with my back and stuff like that, as soon as I get cold, I stiffen up immediately, and it's more pain. It's not fun. So, um, it's fun. Gotta love it. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. So, right. Oh, hell yeah. Canada. Gotta love that. You guys get all the snow and all the cold weather up there. Tell you what, there was a show I watched. Well, not really a show, um, a live stream that was, what's up, Fuzzy? Welcome and good morning. I think it's called Jake and Nicole Off Grid, and they're in Canada. They go and bought this. They, they went and bought a huge piece of property up in Canada, like dead in the middle of the damn woods. I have a video of me getting my pain shots on my channel. Okay, Elizabeth's okay. I'll have to check it out. Misconception: this entire winter we have received every storm after you guys, and the cold fronts have been. Yeah, you know what? Somebody else told me that too. That it was weird this year, the way the weather was coming. Like typically, we get everything from the north that comes down and hits us, and then it flows through. Yeah, it's been coming from. Well, a lot of the west coast and the south are getting hit with just the same shit that we are before us too. I have country steak, country gravy, wheat bread, 3 eggs, and cheese hash browns from the mom pop. Damn, that sounds flipping good. Damn, it sounds good. Enjoy, Fuzzy. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Breakfast. Breakfast is good food. I'm one of them people that likes to have breakfast for dinner at times because I like it so much, especially with my wife and my mother-in-law being from the South, Alabama. I'm telling you, ain't nothing better than getting some homemade Southern sausage gravy and homemade biscuits from somebody that is from Alabama. No, no, no. It ain't no better ever anywhere. Unbelievably no. Yeah, I think before visiting Canada, you have to be vaccinated now. I think if you're crossing over the border from like into the, yeah, I agree with you, Fuzzy. I think that is true. So yeah, when I met my, yeah, they are too. I don't know about you guys up there. Like I'm in Ohio. Of course, you guys have heard that before, but we like almost all of our restrictions have been dropped. There's no public mandate for masks. Our kids do not have to wear masks in school. They don't have to wear them on their buses anymore. It's just, yeah. the amazing part of it to me, and I could just be being a conspiracy theorist here, guys, but if you haven't noticed, when all this shit started with Russia and Ukraine and all that stuff, it's amazing how much you don't hear about COVID now. Am I wrong? And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But you tell me, because I haven't heard anything really at all about other than um, the mandation that has stopped. So the government there has done a new thing where they've taken away our license plate stickers that we have, making us think that we're going to save 120 a year. But then I found out differently. Yeah, what's up, Austin? How are you? I am not ignoring Strike First, Strike Hard. I have not seen Strike First. I actually wanted to talk to Strike First and Strike Hard. If he or she would like to jump in here, I'd definitely love to talk to him. Yeah, if it seems like I've ignored him, I just haven't seen him, so I apologize if that's the way it's come off. But I would definitely like to speak with him. So you're welcome to have them, let them know that they're welcome to come in here right now anytime I'm live. So I think there was a misconstruity or a mistake that had been made that we didn't get to talk about. So, and I like to talk things out like that. So please let them know. Doug Ford is going to introduce a $300 fee to have our vehicles checked every 2 years. So it will be 300 plus any repairs, and cops won't have to stop us to check. Oh yeah, a chip in the oh Lord, another chip. Gotta love it. Oh, okay, Strike. If you're in here, say something so I can see you, Strike. Clover of Luck. They go. Yeah. Well, some people they do like that. Some people they don't. Clover. So yeah, if you're in here, Strike First. Please pop up. Say something, and he may be hidden. I didn't hide him. Um, one night I got to jump on a panel. Sure. Like I said, when I do my evening streams, my panel's open to anybody that wants to jump up, say anything they want. As long as you're respectful towards everybody else in the community, then absolutely, no issues whatsoever. Um, Welcome everybody that's here. Thanks for being here. Anybody that I cannot see, drop a comment in the comment section, and let me know what's going on and what's up with you. Yeah, let me see if I can figure out if. Yeah, absolutely, Clover. Thanks. If you sub to the channel, I appreciate it. Well, if not, I still appreciate you being here either way. Um, let's see, guys. Okay, let me go ahead and see if Strike is hidden. I have to do it through my phone because I'm live this way, but I'll figure it out. Where's my Miss Amy at? Maybe she's probably working. I haven't seen her yet today. I haven't seen her in a couple of days. I miss talking to her. That's what somebody said. He's in here, but I don't. They said he's hidden, but well, Austin, if you say you see him in here, how do you see him if he's hidden? That's what I don't understand. But I'll look and see what I can see. Let me go. I have to do it this way, I guess. Or maybe I can do it. Give me a second, guys. Let me grab something here. Oh, that hurts. All right. Yeah. All right. All right, got my mouse. All right, yeah, bear with me, guys. I'm trying to find something here, so give me a second to pull this. Well, good morning, my dear Sassy. How are you today? Coca-Cola. Hey, that's me. I usually have 2 cups of coffee in the morning, and then I go into my Coke Zero. I have an addiction with that stuff. I'm sorry. But yeah, give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to pull this up so I can see if I can find Strike in here. Like, I see that. Beautiful, beautiful kitty. 1 second. There she is. Miss Amy. Good morning, my dear. Good morning, Debs. How are you today? Good to see you guys here. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to get into my settings and find somebody else in here. So hold on a moment, please. I apologize for the silence. Just a second. Okay, I can't do it while I'm live, unfortunately, unless I can't. I don't know why either. Hold on. Maybe I can do it from here. Aha. Wait a minute. I may be able to. Let's see. Channel settings. No. I can't find. Okay. Um. Yeah, I can't do it. Okay, if you're in here, strike first. I understand that night was chaotic, so I understand that you made a mistake, and we all do. It's not a problem, but some of my mods were on guard hardcore because of what was going on, and just were doing what they had to do to keep the chat in control that night. I'm gonna go in when I can get off of here, and then I will um, adjust it, fix it, and we'll be back on deck. You have my Twitter. You can DM me or vice versa and let you know. Like I said, from what I saw, you had said I made a mistake. We didn't get to actually talk about it, so I apologize. On my end of things. But like I said, you were in the chat and it was kind of going chaotic. You saw how things were, so um, it happens. But we'll get it taken care of. No worries. Like I said, I'm definitely not talking to you. I just haven't seen you, so. Well, let's see. How are you today, by the way, Debs and Sassy? It's good to see you ladies here. Boy, I got some people that are jealous of me because I get all the beautiful ladies on my morning chats. And not, They said they're going to have to, all the guys that I talked to on here said that they're going to start coming in here because that's where all the ladies are at. And I said, hey, it is what it is. I have no complaints, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't have too many of my mods in here this morning. I have noticed that. Plus, I wanted to do something anyway. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? I cannot find her. 1 second, guys. There she is. And there we go. There we go. I'm doing great, Debs. Thank you so much for asking. Is anybody in there blue? Because I can't see it. Alrighty. Working on my temper and sharing my kindness. Absolutely, Sassy. That's the way to be. Way to be. That is true. Thank you, Amy. Can you guys let me know? Because I cannot see it on my end. But yes, you are blue. That's what my question was. Sassy, what color are you? Um, my rules for being a mod. All right, good deal. Are you? As long as you ladies are okay with that, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But you guys are um, always with me here and in the evenings as well. And I trust you guys. You know, you guys are very good to me. So, um, rules wise, Sassy, I just don't want people disrespecting each other in here. If somebody comes in and starts blabbing and like talking down to somebody and just being ignorant all the way around, you know, time them out. No, you'll be okay, hon. Don't worry about it. Time them out first, obviously, and then if they continue doing it, then that's when I block them. That's all I do. You know, I usually give people make mistakes sometimes, and sometimes, like I said, typing comes off as not what it is. If you know what I'm saying. You know, sometimes it'll be think somebody's trying to say something nasty and they're really not. So I usually give everybody at least once or two chances to do what they're doing. Good morning, Dale. How are you? Um, Now, there's a difference with anybody that comes in here from guest mob. You know, if they're not saying anything, I don't, I don't say anything. You know, because they're gonna come in and they're gonna watch. Now, if they start getting nasty immediately, kablam, I'm just block them, get them out. That's all there is. So, there's a couple that you guys know specifically I don't want in here at all. If Flacco were to come in here or Medicule, Vitriol, he's fine. Just watch what he says. If he starts being disrespectful, get him out. But that's really it. So, yeah, I was meaning to add some people in the morning stream anyway as mods, and you two are my, um, you know what I'm trying to say, guys. You, Miss Amy especially. You know, Miss Amy's been with me for quite a while, and is very supportive. And I love you to death, dear. She helps people in many different ways, and I love people like that, of course. And Sassy, well, first of all, we're both Italian, and that you can't go wrong there. Italian is the best, so you know. But good morning, Pam. Thank you for being here. But so yeah, there's another lady. Like I said, I guess they were right. I really didn't realize it until he pointed at Popper and so I can't remember, somebody else pointed it out to me that I get all the ladies in the morning here, which is absolutely fine with me. I mean, what guy wouldn't? I get to sit and have coffee with all these beautiful ladies every morning. Hell, yeah, it's really not hard, Sassy. Yeah, you're good. And I can help you guys to an extent with it, Sassy, but there's not a lot that I can do, which is really weird. I never did understand that with StreamYard, being that I'm the admin and it's my channel. I cannot do a lot as far as like helping to moderate, but you guys will be good. It's nothing serious, Sassy. And if you get uncomfortable with it, Sassy, you let me know. You don't have to do it. I just, thought, because like I said, you support me the way you do, that it would be a good thing. So it looks like we got a few in here now. So let's see here. So how was everybody's weekend? Let's ask that. I hope all you ladies had a great weekend. And Dale, let's see then. I don't know. Dale could be a lady too, because that is a lady's name as well. PM, Sassy Dale. I don't know what. Oh, well, no, we did go through that. That Stranger Than Fiction is definitely a guy. So I'm working on it, Fuzzy. I'm working on it. Slow going, but it is what it is. Oh, it's no problem, Sassy. No problem at all. Thank you. So, uh, that's awesome. Teller of Unfortunate Truths, welcome. It is coffee time. Yes, best time of the day. Coffee time and bedtime are the two best times of the day. Excuse me, that's my opinion, but Oh, there is my clock. What did you do, Miss Amy, this weekend that was so fantastic? I sneezed. What's the weather like over there where you're at, Amy? Like I said, I don't know if you heard it before you came in, but I was telling the people that were here that it was dessert coffee. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's dangerous stuff, Fuzzy. It really is, because I love it too. I over the years I've grown to love the my friends call it girly coffee, because it's I drink it blonde for sure. I used to drink pure straight black tar like coffee, 3 4 pots a day back in the day, and I not no I like my creamers and stuff now. So yeah, so it's that's the way it is here, Amy. Your cruise. Where are you going on a cruise to? I've always wanted to do that, but I have anxiety, and I'm always, with anxiety, you fear the you fear the unknown, I should say, and worry about what's gonna what's gonna happen, and getting, you're out on this huge boat in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, his frappuccinos are good. I think I told you guys about it, or maybe it was my other stream. I was talking about the McDonald's. I had an addiction a couple years ago to those things from McDonald's, the frozen frappes, I think they're called. The caramel frappes. I had a bad addiction to those for a while. I had never ever had them, and me and my wife went through. She loves iced coffee. She drinks it all day long. But um, so we went through the drive-through. Speaking of which, Cecilia, that reminds me. 1 second, and I'll finish my thought. My ADHD is kicking in. Give me a minute here. If I can get it to come up. Here it is. Where are you at? Where are you at? And this, of course, will carry over to the other stream when I do it. And if anybody's uncomfortable with this, you absolutely let me know, and it will not be a problem. Where are you? Let me find you. Let me find you. Let me find you. Oh, is that it? There it is. Bam! There you go, Cecilia. Yes, the caramel frappes from McDonald's are, and I hate McDonald's. Don't get me wrong. The caramel frappes are nasty. Or, I mean, not nasty. McDonald's is nasty, is what I was trying to say, but their caramel frappes are amazing. I love them, and I have a problem with them. So, like I said, I'd never had one before because I don't really try to like get into that kind of a lot of that sweet crap. But so uh, why does that keep happening? Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought because something will pop up and okay. So we go through the drive-through one day. It was in the summertime, and I. Good morning, Sunny. How are you today? Welcome. My wife she orders a large iced coffee with the sugar-free French vanilla sweetener. Of course, it comes with cream, and she gets an extra shot of espresso in it. Okay, so that's what she got. And I was like, it was hot that day, and I wanted some. I was like, what? I want one of those. Like, I'm gonna try one of those frozen things or whatever the hell that is. Yes, Cecilia. No, thank you for doing what you do. By supporting me and for being here, and I'm sure that you will do wonderful. So, um, so my wife was telling, I was trying to get her to explain. I didn't even know what the hell it was. I'm looking on the menu and I said, "Is that what that is?" She says, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." So I was like, "Okay, I'll try it." And they had the mocha and they had the caramel. And I asked her, I said, "What?" Because she's had them. I said, "What do you think would be like? Which one I'd like the most?" And she goes, "Probably the caramel." So I ordered it. I ordered a large one, and it comes with the whipped cream and all that shit on it. Looked great, smells great. I took one drink of this thing, and I was just, I don't even know how to explain it without being gross, but it was just like a whole thing went over my body, like, oh my god. It was amazing, absolutely amazing, and I just, like a little kid, I sat there and just sucked the half of it down, and of course got a brain freeze, about wrecked the damn car. I'm like pounding on my face, trying to get the shit to go away, but and that became an immediate addiction. From that day on, for 3 months, I would get two of those a day from McDonald's because I absolutely fucking loved it. Excuse the language. And um, Kara, who's Kara? I don't know who Kara is, but okay. Yeah, and I realized by the that was probably in like actually it was like May when I started getting those a couple years back, like I said. By the end of August, I realized I'm drinking two of these a day. It's pure sugar, basically, is what it is. It's bad, 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 bad for you. And I went to McDonald's to get one day, and that was my problem. It was getting to the point where if I'm getting up, leaving my house just to go get this damn thing specifically, there's an issue. Okay, so I went to McDonald's to get one, and I'm at the drive-through, and I'm sitting there, and they know my voice because of this point. It was that bad at this point. And I said, "Hey, they do the whole spiel. Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your?" I said, "Yeah, I need one of the." And she goes, "The caramel or mocha?" And I said, Huh?" She goes, "You want the frappe, right?" I said, "Yeah, yeah." How did you know that? She goes, "Oh, we know, Joe." Oops, sorry. Well, yeah. Anyway, everybody knows my name anyhow. So, um, because I had talked to her through the window a few times because I was getting them. We were talking about how good they were, and they were laughing about to the point where like they have them ready for me every day because they know that I'm there that often. It was a problem, obviously. I became a frapaholic. So, and I said, you know what? That's when I realized there's a problem. I said, I looked at the menu. I said, no. And I actually felt let down that I had to do this to myself. But I said, just give me a Diet Coke. I got it, and I pulled up to the window, and she goes, "What? You don't want it?" I said, "No." The fact when you doing that right there made me realize that I have a problem with this shit, and I said it's time to back off because it's just not healthy. And morning, happy. Thanks for being here. Well, there's one of my other mods, but that's okay. So we got. I should have four or five of you guys in here now. 3, 4. I think 4. Which is great. I mean, I don't really have any problems in the morning, but anyway, so she laughed at me and gave me the Diet Coke, and I said, "So that'll be that." She goes, "You'll be back later." Another reason why I didn't do it, and then I went. I actually feel like I almost went through a withdrawal from this. The next day I go. I didn't go back the rest of that day to get one. The next day I go home. I'm sitting at home, or I got up the next day in the morning. Damn, I want one of these things. I want one really bad, but I'm not going to do it. It took me like 3 days, and I quit drinking them, but I still miss them because they were that damn good, you know. So enough rambling about McDonald's frappes, but they are good, very very good, and very addicting too. So, oh, Kara is sunny. Okay, I get it now. Let me just make sure you guys let me know because I can't see it. So I should have Amy and Sassy, Happy, and Cecilia are my mods in here right now, correct? Or they should all be highlighted in blue. Teller of unfortunate truth, says Kara. Okay, I got you. Sorry. Yep. Okay, good. Good deal. All right, ladies. You are my morning mods. And Happy, she's a mod in the evenings too, but you guys will also be mods in the evenings too, so. But anyway, thank you so much for doing that for me. As always, Happy always does an awesome job, as you guys absolutely probably will too. I know you will. Happy is a great moderator. I love her. Does great work. Very quick too. Very, very quick. Um, I picked Happy as a mod initially because we mod together in Tina's streams, and very quick. And to be able to mod in Tina's stream, you got to be quick because there's always shit going down in that stream constantly. Oh, Cecilia, you'll do absolutely fine. No worries, hon. No worries at all. So, all right. So, we got some people in here now. So, has anybody been following? Yeah, definitely quick. Yeah, Happy's very quick. Very quick, to the point, doesn't put up with nothing. So, and like I said, in Tina's streams, you got to be quick. You got to be watching that stream ridiculous because it's just boom, 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 constantly. They're constantly trolling, saying stupid stuff. They put ridiculous, I mean, ridiculous troll accounts up and ignorant things that they make the names out of. It's ridiculous. You can ask Happy. It's crazy. And actually, where'd she go? Sunny is a mod in there too, so it's just crazy. But anyway, so good morning, Mr. Whistle. There's another gentleman in here finally. A little more testosterone. Like I said, no complaints. I love spending the morning with all these ladies and having coffee. It's an awesome thing. So, all right. So, has anybody been following any of besides what we talk about in here? Oh, right, Sonny. Right. Following anything with the Summer Wells case? Okay, Teller. I didn't know that. I didn't. I don't see you too often in there, so I didn't know. My apologies. But has anybody been following any of that other than what we've talked about? Somewhat. Okay. There's Kentucky girl. How are ya? I'm good. Thanks for asking. Welcome. Um, yeah, I didn't see a lot over the weekend. There was another thing that popped up where they had done. Yeah, Ukraine has been pretty much overtaking everything, which it needs to right now at this point, obviously, because it's a scary situation. Uh, it's definitely unfortunate, and I am not real happy with the situation. But what can we do? So, yeah, there was an interview that they had done in this, and I'm going to bounce around a little bit, not just with Summer because I've been following some other stuff too, and we'll get opinions and theories or whatnot of what whoever wants to talk about that stuff. But there's been some. There was an interview that they did. I touched on it a little bit last time, and I guys, I want to apologize for the last stream I did about this stuff in the mornings. It was horrible. I was having a lot of technical issues with this stupid computer, which was distracting me. So, and I cut it short, and so on and so forth. So I do apologize, guys. I really do. I appreciate you guys coming back after that one. I wouldn't have. But that just tells me the people that you guys are, which I already knew. I have a very, I don't know how to put this, a very, very supportive group of people that comes here and hangs out with me, even in the evenings too. And I love you guys to death for it. I I know I've been boring at times and distracted at times, as well as having my technical issues, and you guys still come back, and I love that. That shows the kind of people you guys really are, and I'm very proud to be affiliated with all you guys. I really am. So, um, today around 4, Justice for All is going to play the interview. Yeah, yeah, that was one I wanted to look at. Happy. That was one thing I was going to touch on too. That they did an interview with Josie, the um, I guess you could say favorite child in that group there. Josie could do no wrong. He was the older boy, and like I said, he was the favorite. Thank you, Amy. I love you to death. You know that, and I appreciate that too. I try to make it the best I can, and it will be getting better. I promise you guys that. Um, but like I said, with my technical issues with my stupid computer, which is why, again, the ticker's still streaming down there for donations to go towards it. I will tell you guys this one. I did just welcome Pamela. What is Pamela Anderson? Oh, that's interesting. Um, I did get some pieces over the weekend put together now. I'm waiting to. I got a lot of it put together, actually, the computer, and I need to get two more things to go to it towards it, but I got to wait until I get the money together to get it. Like I said before, I thought I could put this together with about $150, and it was actually not going to happen. Popper, who co-hosts with me a lot of times in the evening, you guys know him. I got together with him and I Am Wrath and was talking to them. They're both really good with computers, and they said, "Yeah, no, it's not going to work that way because things are a lot more expensive nowadays than they used to be." So I was wrong. The $150, no. I was living in a dream, they told me. So, we got together and we're going over some stuff one night, and I priced out what I needed and this and that, everything else. It's going to be double, triple, maybe triple that. So, like I said, um, I am waiting for Tina to wake up and go, okay, Pam, no problem. Well, you're welcome here at any time. Thanks for jumping in. Yeah, absolutely happy you can post that link. Um, like I said, you're more than welcome, Pamela, to hang out. Thanks for being here. If you subbed to the channel, thank you. If you didn't, no worries. But thanks for being here, and you're welcome anytime, whether it's in the morning or in the evening when I do it. So back to what I was saying. So yeah, I have to get some more parts and pieces, but I have, so I'll say 75% of it put together, and it's doing okay right now. I have to get some more RAM, and I have to get another hard drive, and that's where the money's coming in. So um, I still need to get some more money together for it. But I'm gonna say once I get that and I get it put together, I mean, I'll have a really good system, and we'll be doing good with it, and lots of different things I can do then, and make it a lot more fun and a lot more interesting. So yeah, the ticker at the bottom has the donation set up for the Venmo, the Cash App, and the PayPal. If anybody that donates to it, I really, really, really appreciate it. And if you don't, no worries. So, yeah, guys, Happy posted a link to Justice for All in the chat there. That's another streaming site that is a true crime site, and it goes over a lot with the Summer Wells case and a few others. And there's going to be an interview today with Josie, the older child that I was talking about, that was the favorite, I guess you could say, of all the kids in that group there, and was treated a lot different than Summer and any the other kids were for some reason. So check that out if you guys want to, and it should be interesting. My son's really smart with computers and build. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I'm doing, Sassy. It's I'm not building one of those crazy ass gaming computers, but just something that will give me the ability to do this and some other things. And it'll be like a family computer too, where we can print stuff out and all that other stuff. So as I was saying, there was a interview recorded with Jody Sue, the neighbor, um, about some different things. Yeah, from what I understand, Amy, they did do an interview with him. They had him talking about Summer and some other things too. So that's what I'm hoping, at least the way it was explained. That's what it would be. So, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Happy. Jose, not Josie. Okay. 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 Just a communication issue. That's all. Jody Stu is a neighbor. That's correct, Sassy. Sorry. So it's Jose, and it was one of Don's coworkers, and it was a family friend. So either way, it's something new. Yeah, I had heard that it was going to be an interview with Josie, the oldest child, and I was like, oh, that should be definitely interesting, but we'll see. Either way, it's some new info. They've been popping up left and right with new info about it, so we shall see. But yeah, there's a clip that I was listening to yesterday, and I wanted to play it for you guys. You know how this works with me. I'll have to take a second to pull it up and let you guys hear it, but it's in regards to the neighbors recording the home that they lived in before Summer went went missing. So it made me kind of like, wait, why? What was going on with that? So if you guys want to know about it, I would like you to hear it. And do you think Jody Sue lied about the scream she heard today? I've been thinking about that, and I was wondering. I said back a while back, I was talking to somebody about this, And I said, I wonder if she even heard that scream, or if she just was saying something to get a little bit of airtime on the news to seem important, make herself look good or whatnot. But we don't know. That's the thing. Sonny says it sounds like another JonBenet Ramsey situation. Um, to an extent, yeah, you're right, Sonny, because it, well, there's different theories about the Ramsey situation, saying, one was that something happened, it was an accident, and they covered it up. That exactly is fitting to this case. And then the other theories, were a little bit different. But as I see, that's what you guys know my theory on it, and I'm sticking with that. Period. There's nothing unless they come out with some new huge piece of info that completely changes everything. That's where I'm at, and I'll be the first to say, "Whoop, okay, I was wrong. Let's go this way now." So, and the plot thickens. That's correct, Cecilia. So let me set this clip up, guys, and see if we can pull anything out of it for you guys. So give me a moment here. Talk amongst yourselves, please, and I apologize for the silence. Okay, guys, this is a little weird. I was trying to figure out a way to make it understandable and to get it to make sense the way it's set up, but it's somewhat of an interview, but it's not at the same time. It was a something that was obviously an interview with somebody else, and I'm sorry, I'm here, Tara. Um, I'm here. I'm here. um, welcome, Miss Tara. How are ya? This is Morticia's friend Tara, or is this somebody different? I'm sorry. Oh, well, thank you, Tara. Welcome, and thank you for coming back. You guys didn't get. Some of you guys were here the other night. Miss Tara came on panel and discussed some things about what we go over in the evenings, and it was probably one of the most live streams I've ever done. Welcome, Dark Angel Dancer. And I have to tell you right now that Miss Tara is awesome. I love her to death. Absolutely hilarious. Speaks her mind. Has no fear of anyone, which is something I love. And good for you. So yes, that's why I said please come back at any time, Tara. She told her story at that point for what was going on, and I'm thank you for standing up like that. What's up, Pennywise? Welcome, my brother. So yes, we had a great stream that I'll tell you right now, guys. I laughed so hard that my face hurt the next day. The very next day, it was killing me. My side hurt. I haven't laughed that much. I don't know how long. It's just it was amazing. Loved it. So yes, at any given time, you are more than welcome here, Tara. Please. I went over and checked out the and sub to the Stitches Malone channel, and guys, please do that. There's a channel. I don't have the link for it right here, but Tara could drop it in the comment box if you'd like. But it's the channel is called Stitches Malone, and Tara's on there with him all the time. The two of them together, they're great. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, Amy was in here. Like I said, we were crying. There was tears running down my face. It was so funny. Pennywise was in here laughing his ass off. I mean, it was amazing. And Morticia popped in and had warned me. She goes, "Listen," she said, "My girl Tara's going to come in here and talk about some stuff that she wants to let everybody know about." Excuse me, guys. And um, I said, "Yeah, bring it on. Anything. I guys advocate against anything that person does to anybody to handle that. So that's what I'm here for." But um, I think you were live with Tina when that went on. Happy, but listen, guys, I'm telling you, it didn't even take her. Like she came up on stream, we introduced her on panel, we introduced her, let her go, and within 30 seconds, it was boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you weren't here that night either, Sassy. It was ridiculous. I was sitting here crying. Pennywise was dying laughing. He was bent in half. He said. Morty was laughing her ass off. People in the chats were Miss Amy was dying laughing. Like I said, my face hurt the next day. I was crying the entire time. Um, yeah, and guys, the channel's called Stitches Malone. Type it in, and it'll take you right to it. It's a great channel. They got some stuff going on there. It's good stuff. So please sub to them, check them out, and you'll enjoy. I promise. Yeah, there's a green skull as the avatar on there. Hey, Flower, welcome. Good to see you here. Definitely good to see you here. Give me a second, guys. I got. You know what? Penny, I watched that yesterday. Actually, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie yet. It just came out on Netflix. It's the Adam Project with Ryan Reynolds. Great, great, great movie. Yeah, Ron did say that too. He almost peed himself. It was great. Tara, you're just amazing. It was a great stream. That movie was kick ass, Penny. I loved it. Me and my wife watched it yesterday. I mean, I pretty much like anything that Ryan Reynolds is in, you know, but that one was pretty good. I mean, my wife, there was a couple parts in it where she's very emotional. I mean, I actually am too. I'll tell you right now, my eyes welled up a little bit, but she got pretty sad in a couple of parts. Yeah, it was a good one. Definitely a good one. And there's another one that he did called The Good Guy. Or no,
Good guy.
Good Guy. It's called
Free Guy.
Free Guy. Sorry, Free Guy. That he just did. It wasn't too bad either. Thanks, Sassy. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. Um, but yeah, it's called Free Guy. He just did about him being like part of a video game. Um, Another good movie. Like I said, anything he does is amazing. Me and Penny were talking about one night. I really, really liked because I'm a huge fan of horror movies. He when he did the remake of, and I'm not a fan of remakes, guys. I don't like them usually, but they did the remake of Amityville, and they used him in there, and it amazing job. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Pennywise. The ending with the father, that was my eyes welled up. My wife was over here crying. I'm like, damn it, damn it, damn it. Still a great movie though. So yes, Tara, that was a very interestingly funny comment that Terry made about this crunchy. In case anybody missed this comment, and I hope that this doesn't offend anybody, but we were talking about a specific person that causes 95% of the problem on YouTube um, through Guest Mob. That's Isaac, um, which is what Tara's stream was about that night because, he had pulled one of his deals and tried screwing with her, which didn't get away with, obviously. But so just to reiterate, the comment that was made that she's talking about was because Isaac's a very, very large person, okay? And there was some comments being made about lower parts, penises, peepees, dicks, whatever you want to call it. Like I said, excuse the phrasing, guys. And they said that somebody said something about him not having one, and Pennywise said, yeah, he has to take his foo paw and fold it up and put it in a ponytail holder to make it look like he's got a dick. And I think I fell off the chair I was sitting in. Tara started laughing. The entire stream just blew up laughing. It was ridiculous, especially coming out of Pennywise's mouth. Yeah, it was hilarious. I'm sorry. There's so many details about Guest Mob Dad. You guys don't know Mortician. No, Mortician is a lot, but there is a lot left. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Yes, there's a lot of things. See, me personally, guys, I don't believe in doxing people, no matter what they do to me. I don't go after people that and try to hurt people, whether they're hurting people or not. I'll go after somebody's character and call them out about it because of what they do, because I don't believe in some of the stuff that they do over there. That's why we do what we do here. And I'm definitely an advocate for people that have been hurt by him and that have been attacked by him. Um, and that is exactly why it was so funny, Miss Amy, because it was just a random comment that popped up, and the whole thing just was like, wow, and we lost it. But there's a lot of stuff that hasn't come out by him yet, and because Morticia is a person with morals, will not do that at this point until the time is right. So, and like I said, he's doxed me. I don't know how many times. His new Twitter account is a picture of my wife and her business name that she has. because she has a baking business that she makes cakes and cookies and candies and all sorts of stuff. And so, that's a huge form of doxing. He's done that. He tried doxing friends of my family every day. It's something new that he's doing to me. So it is what it is. And still, at this point, I wouldn't do that to him, only because, no, I mean, first of all, it's already been done. There's nothing I could really put out there that I have information wise, and I just don't feel that two wrongs make a right in that sense. I'll call him out 100%, and I've called him names. I've done that part of it that may seem immature, but that's my defense against it, pretty much. So, smack talking and whatever you want to call it, but he's just not a nice person in any way, shape, or form. So, Wizen the Weasel. We saw. Reminds me of Pauly Shore, Sassy. But what's yes, Happy. That's my wife. All right. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Tara. And that's where I'm at with it. I don't care what he does to me. I don't care that he doxes me. Say whatever you want. I don't care. And put it out there. I'll tell you my name, my business. I've said it. My name's Joe. I've told people that. I don't care. My full name is right there at the bottom of the screen, hooked up with my donation ticker. So it is what it is. But my wife did nothing to him. Had nothing to do with it. She doesn't get involved in it. There's no reason to bother her, to mess with her. She doesn't. She's not. She has no worries about it because it's immature, like she said. But it's just an ignorant thing to do to people. I don't understand it. Yep, I know, Elizabeth. Yeah, Pennywise, it was. Popper said he went in and sent him an apology because he felt bad afterwards. And I wasn't even doing that. I said that the night before on the stream. I told him he's basically an office bitch for Guest Mob. And then he's trying to call me out, say it to my face. So, okay, I went up and said it to his face because that's what he does. That's what he is. He does whatever they want, whenever they want, and gets excited about it. So, whatever. I don't believe in picking on people that are, less fortunate than me for whatever reason, um, or that get picked on for whatever reasons they get picked on for. I don't believe in doing that. I never have. But when you're trying to be nice to somebody that's I guess you could say, being bullied in a sense, and you're trying to be nice to them, and they still come at you and they talk to you like you're this or that, and you don't know my life and that, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to be nice to somebody that's not being nice to me. I'm sorry. Exactly, Sassy. That's the problem with it, is there are like people that are crazy, mentally detached, disturbed, that take that information and they'll run with it, unfortunately. So that's the one thing about it that bothers me. But like I said to him before, you can dox me, do whatever you want. I don't care. I have nothing to hide. So there it is. You know my name. You know my birth date. I was in JP's stream one night. Kind of going off on him because he had came into my stream and recorded some stuff that we were talking about, and then went the next day and had his own stream, and then played the recording from my stream. It was with Rachel and Morticia, and said somebody sent it to him and lied about it. So I got kind of pissed off about it. Went into his stream. I said, "Don't lie to your people. Tell them the truth that you were in my stream and took that from it." No, no, no. I said, "Okay, you're lying, JP. Explain it to the. So I just told his people the truth, which he didn't like. He kind of got mad. I don't think he expected me to do that, but it happened. So when I was doing that, so that when that happened, I there's his trolls started coming into JP's chat, doxing my name and my birth date and my this, my that, some of my relatives. So I just typed in the chat and I typed my whole name, my whole birth date, and everything. I said, "That's me. There it is." And then they stopped, like, because I ruined their fun, I guess. But whatever. Yeah, you're right, Flower. He did used to be Larry. He abused Larry till he was done with him, got rid of him, and now he's doing it to Flacco, which Flacco lets him do it. So whatever. Yeah, I agree, Pennywise. So, ladies and gents, um, moving on because I really try to avoid him for the most part. But oh yeah, sassy JP. Listen, hon. Anybody that supports JP, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you not to. And I didn't really have an issue with JP, okay? But something happened with him. And people can disagree with me, and that's fine. But I observe and I watch a lot of stuff. And I had checked out his streams, and he did this whole I'm neutral thing, and I don't want uh, this or that. And if anybody has ever seen anything that had to do with JP, Isaac like destroyed him a couple years back and put him through a lot of crap. Okay. The world's a deranged place. The true narcissistic remedials come here and show you. Absolutely, Tara, 100%, guys. If you can read that comment, in fact, I'll throw it on the screen. This is one of the truest facts I've seen in a long time. Um, and back to, yes, Amy, he's the cartoon guy. Yes, which those cartoons I've told numerous people, and even Charlie, I said that they're actually pretty funny. And he's got some kind of a talent. Like, spend your time doing that. Then the same thing I told Flacco. You're smart. Like, you're one of the smartest people I've seen on the internet. Why do you waste your intelligence and your time doing stuff like this? Go do something with it, dude. Like, make something out of something. You could do it with Flacco's intelligence. He could do so many different things that it's like, why are you sitting here at 36 years old, wasting your time and your intelligence doing this? And that is 100% true, Cecilia. They need better friends. Flacco doesn't have any friends and is picked on and bullied and so on and so forth. Um, and I'm sure he'll do a stream later about me saying that about him because that's what he does, but it's okay. And so he's latched on to whoever he can. And because Isaac is who Isaac is and he's big on here and he's important on here in his mind, so that's who Flacco wants to latch on to. He wants to be part of that. Okay, so be it. That's fine. That's up to you. But that's nobody else's problem. Nobody else wants to know about it. Nobody else cares about it. So keep it to yourself. Now, going back to JP has was done pretty dirty by Isaac. Okay, he did a lot to him, but again, um, well, yeah, Flower said it right there. What I was getting ready to say. JP's also done things to other people that you shouldn't do either. So in a sense, it's a little bit of karma there. So and so he, after everything that was done to him by Isaac, came out and said that I don't hate Isaac. I don't have issues with Isaac. I'm not friends with him. I don't like him. This is what he said. And then next thing you know, Isaac's on a panel with him during his live stream. Okay, Tara, thanks so much for being here, hon. I appreciate it. Um, oh, no worries, no worries at all. You have a wonderful day and a wonderful week. If we see you again, you're welcome anytime. Like I said, have a great day. Um, But so he, he's saying all this. I'm neutral. I have nothing against Isaac. I hold no hostility towards him. Blah blah blah. Then he pops up on a panel with them, and they're talking about this, that, and everything else. But JP keeps saying, "I'm not Guest Mob. I'm not Guest Mob. I do my own thing. I don't follow anybody." And blah blah blah. Right. Okay. So they do the panel, and then I go live for whatever reason. We were having our normal stream, and then he's talking about us in our stream. JP is just the same way the Guest Mob did, and saying some things about Guest Mob that lifting them up, that they're not doing anything wrong, blah blah blah, and all this crap. Then that night, after JP's stream ended, he's in Guest Mob's chat, just having all sorts, playing games with him and living it up and this and that. Don't tell me you're not part of Guest Mob, because he is, and he's getting, during his live streams, he's got Guest Mob members in his chat, and they're just chatting it up in there. And meanwhile, the people that support JP are pissed off. Okay, a lot of them left. Like, a lot of them left. They're saying stuff in the chat. JP's ignoring it. He doesn't care. He's making comments like, well, I'm sorry that you feel that way if you don't support me, but I'm not Guest Mob. I'm my own person. Well, you're not, though, if you're supporting them and you're doing what they want you to do. Meanwhile, he's getting text messages from Isaac and this and that and everything else. Isaac's in his chat, so on and so forth. And people are like, dude, with everything he did to you, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? So I don't know. That's when I decided that JP is not somebody I wanted to associate with nor follow, and just did what I did. I just backed away, cut everything. I don't bother with him at all. A lot of them, Sassy, a lot of his supporters left. A lot of them. And never came back, unfortunately. And I've noticed that JP doesn't seem to be so close to Isaac now, probably because of that. But I will not support him, watch him, anything. At one point he was kind of funny. But when he lied to his people, he took what he took from me, and then he was saying the things he was saying about me. Mm-mm. That's when I started doing the same. Cecilia, yes. No problem, hon. Thanks for being here once again. I love you to death, and hope to see you soon. You have a great day. So that was the scenario with JP. I don't know. He does do what you got to do, but dude, like, I don't want to bother with it. So be it. That's no problem, Happy. No problem. So anyway, back to what I was saying. I'm going to play this audio for you guys to hear. This was the interview with Jody Sue, and it's kind of like a little bit like, if you can understand her. And again, these people that live over here, they talk like they have rocks in their mouth. I don't get it, but Sassy says JP, but I always tell us in his stream to be kind. Meanwhile, he's doing all this dirty. Yeah, exactly, Sassy. That's what I was. I know what you meant, hun. That's what I was saying. Like, be kind and do this and do that, and he doesn't. He does the exact opposite of it. That's my issue with him. You know what I mean? He's a hypocrite. So be it. Um, and he's just, there's some things about him that are weird to me. The way he acts and talks about certain things and certain people. I just rather not be associated with it, so it's fine with me. Exactly, Sassy. And I don't think it's a phase is the problem. This is who he is. This is the way he is, and it always ends up going back to that kind of stuff. So it's like, what's the, whatever. I don't tell people that who they can support or who they should support or shouldn't support. It's up to you. You guys are all adults and make your own decisions. So it's just, I choose not to, because I'm not going to follow somebody that supports, the things that he does, because it's not right. That's how I feel about it. Another one bites the dust. Exactly. and he's achieved what he wants, recruiting more people to turn into the people that they. And it's amazing that I've noticed too. I don't know anybody else that fall, and I really didn't want to talk too much about this today in the morning, but we will if we need to. Anybody that's followed or seen anything from Guest Mob or Isaac Guest or any of that stuff over there, if you've watched, there's been a lot of people that I've noticed that have, oh, no problem, Flower, good, that have been with other communities or on their own or just, so on and so forth. And they've been decent people, nice people to watch their streams, to listen to them, to talk to, good people. And it's like almost like as soon as they go over there, they become part of Guest Mob and they turn into these people that it's like a complete transition into somebody else. And I don't get it. Like, it's like they want to, or they brainwash you. As dumb as it sounds to say that, they brainwash you into these people. Like Steve Billings used to be. I've been on here for years, watching different people here and there, and so on and so forth. Steve used to float around to all these different communities, and was a really really nice guy to a lot of people. Was very well liked. I had heard about him all over the place. Because he was a nice guy. Literally, as soon as he was associated with um, Guest Mob, he turned into a completely different person. And I proved that by, I said that before, but I don't know. I don't know. It's sad. It is. There's been multiple people that have done it. What's her Evo girl used to go, be in Doug's community and didn't act anything like she does now then, but it's just like every time you associate yourself with them, you automatically become that the way they are. It's just crazy. I don't know. So it is what it is, I guess. But anyway, moving on. What's that, Flower? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a true fact. So, like I said, I'm gonna play this. It's like it was kind of not really an interview. It's Jody Sue, the neighbor, talking live, and it's being uh, it, she's being interviewed by somebody else. It's kind of all over the place. So if you guys can follow it, then follow it, please. If you can't, um, I get it, and I apologize. Uh, and I'll try to clear up any questions or anything that doesn't sound like really it doesn't make sense. I should say. Sorry, I sound distracted. I'm trying to read something at the same time. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip. Give me your guys' opinion on it. And like I said, this is based on a comment that was made about the neighbors, which is Jody Sue and whatnot, recording and filming the Wells house even before Good Deal Sonny. Even before Jody Sue went miss, or before Summer went missing. So why are they doing that? Makes you wonder. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and let's see what we get. You made just a couple of other YouTube videos and see, but pretty sure I answered that the other day. This is a video from the main house, out one of the windows, looking out towards the back porch, and then and I found that video by accident. It was on my phone, but on the memory card, so I was scrolling through together, but I think it was a messenger thing that I'd sent to Andy. Someone probably griping about the noise, honestly. But I'd hazard to guess that it was from the season prior because I was not in the main house last year. But that was their dirt bikes and them and their screaming and noises
from the main house, which is a little harder
Welcome,
to hear
Morty.
than the cabin, but that's Space Sound Travels, so that's why I put a little short video up a couple nights ago, last night, not before, and but that is their dirt bikes and yelling in the background over there. And that's the kids and the dirt bikes from the main house. And our main house and theirs, right? And the cabin's even closer and picks up sound even more. And both of those videos are during full foliage, which had not come about yet the day that summer vanished. So, as you can imagine, sounds a little clear.
So she wouldn't answer my question during her.
Okay, hang on a second, guys. That was horrible audio. All right, so this is what the woman that was trying to interview her saying. Like I said, a lot of these people you cannot understand anything they're saying. But hold on a minute. This is what the woman interviewing her was trying to get out of her. But
Stream, but I was able to go back and find the answers that I was looking for, or somewhat of the answers. One of the questions I had was when that video was taken, and after watching what I just showed you, I've come to the conclusion, based off of what she says, that it was taken approximately 2 years ago. Now, whether that's true or not, who knows? But that's her answer 2 years ago. And my next question probably would have been, Jody Sue, why are you recording the neighbor's children? Just curious.
exactly.
But she kind of provided an answer for that too. And she says, probably, and she says it while she's giggling, that probably she recorded it because the noise was irritating her, and she sent it to Andy, her boyfriend / husband, whoever, whatever he is at the time, complaining about the noise. So that's what her answer for the reason of recording was. That's what she told us. Personally, I find it a little strange to record your neighbor's kids. That don't sit right with me very well. But, I guess everybody's different, right? I am also very curious, how many days were those kids recorded? And is that how Jody Sue has all the answers for what the kids do every day, where they're at every day, where they were on the day of Summer's disappearance? All of this information that she says that she knows, and no one else has any of the facts right. Like, she's the only person that knows. She knows exactly where they were standing at when they were screaming for Summer. She knows who did or didn't tell the boys to go down the hill to the creek. Like, she claims to have heard Candace talking to Don up on the hill. I mean, this is kind of posing a few questions in my mind. Let me be clear. I am not saying or insinuating in any way that Jody Sue has done anything wrong. I'm just pointing out a couple things that send up red flags for me, and that I have questions about. And I am looking back at Jody Sue's interviews and videos. I have been for quite a while. I have compared numerous videos. I have seen numerous things that raise questions for me. There will be more videos behind this one coming. So get ready for that. But like I said, I am in no way accusing Jody Sue of anything. I just have questions So hopefully you'll help me figure all this out. Thanks for watching.
Now, me too. And have a good day, Morticia. Sorry I didn't get to talk to you much, ma'am. But I'll talk to you later, hon. That was my thing. Yeah. Obviously, she was a nosy neighbor. She's recording the kids, and this lady said it was like up to 2 years ago. So, I guess, yeah, they were noisy. There was a lot of kids up there, a lot of dogs making noise, playing all the time, blah, blah, blah. Irritated neighbors, I get that. It is what it is. So, great. Is that where that's what this was all about, where they're saying that when they interviewed her with TBI and the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department interviewed her when the disappearance happened, is this how she gets her information? Basing it on what she sees and hears every day, or did she actually know something? Do you see what I'm saying? Maybe she just made that up based on what she thought to give herself, I guess we can call it, some clout for TV. So that's my issue with this. I that's what I think it is, truthfully. I think she just wanted to be part of what was going on, so she just said, "Hey, this is what happened. This is what goes on here. This is what goes on there." Whether or not she actually heard a scream that day, that's what I'm saying. Who knows? She could have said that. She could have said anything she wanted to say, and nobody's going to know the truth except for her. So, like I said, that the way she talks, she doesn't even open her mouth when she talks. So it's kind of like a, it's hard to understand what she's saying. So there's that, and I have my theory on it, and I guess it's up to what you think. So I don't know. Let's see. There was something else that was popped up that I wanted you guys to know about too. I'm trying to remember which part it was. I cannot find it. But does anybody have anything to add to that, or any thoughts or anything that goes on with that? Fuzzy says that Tina's going live. Thank you very much for the info, Fuzzy. I'm sure Sunny's going to jump over and probably Happy. So do what you guys need to do. I get it. No worries. But yeah, those are my. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. There was another one too that I had to pull up. Summer Wells, I know the truth. Yeah, there's been a lot of. I've actually, just out of curiosity, there's a lot of psychics that got involved in this. Okay, and then they have the people that'll do the ghost box things, and they'll try to call out spirits and stuff like that. And I'm really not into that kind of stuff as far as believability when it comes to an actual investigation, but I will listen to anything or anybody's theories on it. And if you have a way that you think you can help with it, I'm absolutely, open to hearing it. There's a lot of it I found, though, but there was another clip from, where'd it go? Another lady that does a little bit of this too. And I wanted to find out exactly which piece of it. So I don't know that she's going live. I'm sure she won't tell us everyone or not. Yeah, I didn't know that. Usually Tina's not going too early, but if you guys need to go, I understand completely. It's no worry for me. But me and Tina, I have no qualms up against anybody that's in here that wants to go over to Tina's if she goes live. we're not feuding at all. I support Tina 100%. I love her to death, so we support each other. But yeah, let me see if this clip is still here, and if I can cut for you guys to hear it.
Hello, hello. I'm going to open it exactly.
All right, I think that's part of it here. Give me a second. Okay, this was the other. I'll give you guys an example of one of these. This lady does the. I think she goes by the Mystical Mermaid, and she does the psychic type scenarios where she thinks. I don't know how to put it. Like that's how she figures things out. Okay. What's that, Sunny? She was up till Tuesday. Yeah, yeah. She's probably not even awake yet, so I wouldn't think so. But I wanted you guys to hear her, this lady here, and her explanation. You know, she says that she knows what really happened to Summer Wells, and she says, clear as day, this is what it is. And I want you guys to hear. It's a little bit extended, but it's not too bad. Her explanation of it, her meaning behind it, and what she thinks exactly happened. And this is in her mind. This is exactly how it happened, what it is, and whatnot. So, and she said that she has proof, which is why the only reason why I looked at it. Anything that says proof, you know, that's important to me. So I'm gonna set this up and play it for you guys real quick. You give me your, you know, if you think it makes any sense. If not, I get it. Either way, like I said, you don't have to believe in it. I really don't, but based on the things that she says, it was kind of interesting a little bit. And I listened to anything and everything. You know, I'll take any theories or opinions on it. Uh, period. There's, you know, every little bit helps, like I said. So I'm gonna play this. You guys listen. Tell me what you think, and you know, we'll go from there. And it was recorded kind of weird, so it cuts in as she's already started talking. So I apologize for that.
Do not drink poison. She's having as many tea parties as she wants now. She was drinking that tea that day. That's what she was calling poison. I'm seeing it so clear. She was so curious. And she says, I want to be a big girl. I want to be big.
Now remember, guys, just so you don't get confused, this woman is a psychic, she says, and the way she's explaining it is she's seeing in her how she sees it, Summer telling this story about herself, okay, which states basically that the Summer has passed away. This is how this woman is seeing it. Again, she goes by the Mystical Mermaid. Um, she's a psychic, and this is what she's seeing as she's reading this, okay, and explaining it. That's so that you guys don't get confused.
She told me she wanted to be a grown-up. But she also told me she learned her lesson. Will not drink that poison. And then my second note here says OMG! Exclamation mark. She's showing me she got drunk and fell. She went to sleep. Here's the kicker. That picture that someone sent me, I can tell you why the milk was there. That was the ice pack.
Good morning, BBY, Rebecca. Thanks for stopping in.
Whenever they're saying something in that video, whether it be Hunter or whether it be Candace, the reason why they question her arm is because of that in general. She thought that she was going to be okay. She thought she'd sleep it off. She panicked. She knew if she called 911, she feared for her own selfish. That's what's haunting her. I feel the spirit all over. I don't know if you guys do or not, but I do. Like I could see them all laughing at Summer playing around and everybody was having a good time. Until that happened. Let me read my notes. She told me she wanted to be a grown-up, but she learned her lesson. Do not drink that poison. She was scared when she had passed on. She was showing me that she had laid beside a fish. A fish was like literally at the bottom of her leg, and it frightened her. And then she goes on about her rabbits again. Then my next note says, her mom was mad at Summer. She thought she was just passed out, not non-living. She's telling me, she's telling me, as in Summer's telling me. I was just curious. And then she's like, her mom was rushing and trying to hurry, but was so mad. And then around clear as day, she says her mom is covering it up. I can't read my writing, but there was something she said about flowers. Roses, to be exact. Okay. I asked her, where are you? She looks up with the wettest, biggest eyes. And she really doesn't know where. She don't know. This is what she says next. The law is not justice. And then loud as clear. Question again. And I have heard this from my first, maybe my second video. Question again, question again. My next note says Candace got rid of her baby instead of calling 911. You guys, I know I'm right. I know it. I see it clear as day. I'm not here to look all cute or make a penny, okay? Because that's literally, if you think I'm getting rich, I'm not. I do this because my heart's in it, because I know I'm good at this. I'm going to channel some more. And if anybody happens to know the exact location of where that swim spot is, I would love to have it so I could go. I would like to ride up there and see what I feel. I still feel that if there's some sort of outhouse or some sort of well or anything like that that is sitting on a piece of land with water all the way around it, and you have to literally take one of those little John boats or something over there, that's what I'm seeing. That boy in her knows exactly what happened. I had said at the beginning that I owe someone an apology. And that is to Dawn, because I'm seeing them literally fight right now. Because he's putting it together. I feel like he's always thought that she was lying. And even wondered, just like me and you. But some sort of clarity. He's had like that epiphany moment, that aha moment, something. And they're going to separate. Because I do feel that he's going to turn. And I feel like this is probably what makes her give in. I feel like she needs to be questioned again. Anyways, folks, that's what I thought. I'm going to try to figure out if I can locate her. But I am so certain I'm on point with this. More certain than probably any other reading I've ever done. Just the way I connected with her. Anyways, love one another, be kind to one another, lift one another up in prayer. I'll see you next time. Bye.
All right, guys. Sorry that was kind of long. Like I said, I apologize if it was boring to anybody. But this was her version of what she believes happened. And again, if you didn't hear me, good morning, Becca and BBY. Thanks for being here. And if it didn't make sense, I can explain it, a different way. Because again, she's a psychic, and this is what she does. And the reason why I listened to her is because when I was following the Gabby Petito Brian Laundrie case, she did a reading in regards to that, and she was almost right on key with what she did, and it was not knowing anything about the scenario. She came into it blind, and it was about Brian that she did a reading before they found him. She had talked about it, the scenario, and it was like right there. It was crazy. It kind of blew my mind. So, like I said, I'm not per se a huge believer in this stuff, but I will listen to anybody's theory on anything and go from there. So what she's basically saying in this is that we all know that Summer's mother, Candace, had bought a Twisted Tea, and before they went to the swimming place, and they were drinking it, and she says, that Summer said to her that she wanted to be an adult or a big girl, whatever you call it, and drank some of this stuff. And she obviously, as small as she is, if she did drink any of this, got drunk in a sense and fell, which is very possible, hit her head or something, very possible, which then she was not feeling real good. And she said that to the grandmother and her mother in the truck right before she fell asleep, said she wasn't feeling very good and fell asleep. And this woman was saying that those milk jugs were an ice pack, being used as an ice pack for the whatever the injury could have been from her falling. That's why she was laying her head on it, per se. Let's see, Junior. Hey, Dago, how come that everybody? I'm sorry, Junior. I don't. If that is you, I don't know what you mean by that or why. But I'm sorry if it upsets you that there's people here. You're still welcome here at any given time. But this is another theory, folks. Truthfully, that maybe she was she drank some of that stuff. They were laughing and playing around, thinking it was cute. She fell. She hit her head. There's a lot of rocks over there where that swimming hole was, and maybe she fell and hit her head. And she didn't feel good. She went to sleep and she never woke up, which could have caused a cerebral bleed. Anything, okay? So instead of being responsible, because they knew they would have gotten in trouble because of that, and taking her to the hospital, she went to sleep, never woke up, and they covered it up. This is another theory yet, folks, that I never thought of that. Even if there was none of the alcohol involved, it, like she said she channeled Summer, and Summer said, I drank poison and I learned my lesson, and I'm scared, and so on and so forth. So they're saying, Sunny, the Candace, her mother, had stopped at a gas mart type scenario store after they had picked up the boy Hunter and bought a can of Twisted Tea, one of the tall boy cans of Twisted Tea, and was sharing it with Hunter. And I guess, and it does make sense where it could have been a plausible thing that she seeing Hunter drink it said, "Well, I want some, Mom," and since she let Hunter drink it, she didn't think that it would have hurt her and let her have some of it, or Hunter did. And being that Summer was so young, so small, so little, that it didn't take very much of her to drink it, and she got, her body was buzzed up in a sense, and or drunk, and lost her footing and her sense of balance and all that stuff. Yeah, have a good day, Junior. Slipped and fell, hit her head, and this is where they are from there. And they said that Hunter has not been right since that day. Okay. Maybe this is a theory that I've kind of pulled out of this to make up my own. Maybe Hunter gave her the tea to drink, and this lady said that her mom was mad. Maybe Hunter gave her the tea to drink, thinking he was being funny, and it pissed off Candace at him, and that's what she's talking about. And so, like I said, it all fits into place. It could, you know what I'm saying? They got the milk jugs and they use those as like an ice pack for her head, thinking that she'll be okay. She just went to sleep. She hit her head. Well, how many times have you heard don't go to sleep when you've had a concussion? As tiny as this girl was, it wouldn't take much to get a concussion, especially if you fell hard enough and you hit your head on a rock. I mean, come on. So, yeah, it could be alcohol poisoning too. It doesn't take much for a child. Any one of us probably could down that can and get a buzz off it, but we're not going to get sick from it. This little girl was tiny, guys, and I mean tiny, like 40 pounds. So, no food in her stomach because they didn't feed her. Okay, no food. There's nothing to absorb it. It goes straight into her blood system, and kaboom. She didn't feel good. She was complaining, "I don't feel right. I don't feel good." They said that. They didn't say what had happened before that. So if this is the scenario, this is a very plausible theory, honestly. Again, CPS was coming the next day to investigate for other reasons, obviously. So there's something that's not right. The parents are neglectful to begin with, so on and so forth. So this is a completely. I could believe this. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a real big believer into psychic issues and things like that, but I'm not going to condemn it. I'm not going to say this woman's crazy or that this woman's wrong because, like I said before, I watched some stuff she did with the Brian Laundrie thing, and she was right on fucking key, guys. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know if they did or if they didn't, Sonny. Nothing has been released of that. I mean, I would think that they should. Or no, they couldn't have done an autopsy. You're talking about on Summer? No, because they haven't found her. That's the problem. I thought you were going to the Brian Laundrie thing. Yes, they did do an autopsy with him, with what they could do, what was left of him, I should say. But what I was saying is this lady did a reading in regards to Brian Laundrie and pointed out that he was deceased, that he was in a swampy area. I mean, she did a whole reading about where he was, and they, this was before they found him. Like 2 weeks later after she did her reading, they go and there he's exactly where she said he was. Right. So, yeah, I wish there was, a physical body for them if, they found Summer to do that, and then they could tell that kind of stuff. And I'm hoping that if and when they do find her, they can do something like that. Now, she was also stating that, basically by her reading that she said that there was a fish, that she was laying by a fish. This is her meaning after the fact that she's passed away and that she's laying by a fish. I don't know, Sonny, because I don't think you can. And that the thing is that she wasn't actually. They're not saying that she was lost at the swimming area. Okay. I don't think you probably haven't followed it. So, Give me a moment to grab my drink real quick, and I'll explain it to you real quick, Sonny. Okay, guys. So now, okay. Just so you understand, Sonny, they're not saying that she went missing at this swimming hole. Okay, what happened was they went swimming. The story is, I should say, what happened was as they went swimming, came home from swimming, and after they got home, within a period of basic what she said, an hour or so, like the child went missing, and the parents are stating that she was abducted from the home while the mother was there. That she went inside, or she sent Summer inside to hang out with her brothers. She went next door to the little camper on their property where the grandmother lived, to wrap the grandmother's knee up. It took her 2 minutes. She said 2 minutes. Sorry, she said, and in that 2 minute period of time, she wrapped the grandmother's knee, walked back in the house, asked the three brothers, "Where's Summer?" They said she's downstairs playing with her toys. She goes downstairs. She calls for her. She's not there. According to her, she called the police immediately and said, "My daughter's missing." This is her story. There's a door in the basement, which is where the little girl's room was, that she claims that somebody could have came in, grabbed the little girl, and walked out with her off down the hill. First of all, okay, if you've seen the house, it's up on a mountaintop. There's a long driveway that you have to drive up to get there in a car. And there was no sound of cars. Neighbors didn't hear it. The mother didn't hear it. The grandmother, according to the story, was sleeping at the time. So um, it's literally like the driveway is like 100 yards all the way up the hill. Okay. Yes, I did BBY. It was a trip. They fixed that since then, obviously, of course, but um, so nobody saw or heard a vehicle drive up that 100-yard driveway or leave. Okay. So then they said that, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department brought in dogs, sniffing dogs, you know what I mean? And that they followed a scent for her from the door to the basement, out and down through the yard and down a hill to the main road of Summer's scent. Okay. Now here it is. That scent, that child lived there and played there every day for 5 years. Okay. So of course her scent is going to be there. But here's my thing. If somebody came in, walked in that basement door, grabbed her, ran back out, walked back out the door, and through the yard, down the hill, they have 8 dogs, guys, that are right there. The dogs are going to bark and flip the hell out if it's somebody they don't know. Any dog does that. There was no sound made by the dogs. Not one sound. Okay? And even if somebody that was known to the dogs did this, they're still going to bark because this is what dogs do, period. Okay. And yeah, that's the other thing too, BBY. If somebody came in and grabbed her, first of all, she was a very hyperactive child, very wild, loud, outgoing, so on and so forth. If somebody would have came in and grabbed her, she'd have started screaming and yelling. The child would have done that. The dogs would have done that. Okay, and everybody would have wondered what the hell is going on. If the mother was outside, she'd have definitely seen or heard something. The boys in the house would have seen or heard something. Okay, so no, it just doesn't fit. As Sunny says, the psychic has it probably right. She disappeared when they were swimming and made up the story about. Oh, okay, well, here's the thing with that sighting. They took a picture of her or a video on the way home from the swimming hole. Okay, that's the last picture they show of her, and it's her sitting in the back seat, leaning up against 2 milk jugs, sleeping. They say. I've looked that picture over 3,000 times. Okay, and to me, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but it looks like the child is either deceased or in the midst of passing away while sleeping, either due to I've given my theory. You weren't here to hear it, but either due to what I call dry drowning, because the interview they did with the boy that was there, that was the 15-year-old boy, she went underwater 3 to 4 times. Okay, so that's a lot of water to get into tiny little 5-year-old lungs, especially with this child being 40 pounds, very small framed, to the point where you can see and count her ribs on her body. Just she's very, very tiny, small, lanky, skinny child. So yeah, she either passed away from what they call dry drowning, or this theory does make sense. She slipped because those rocks, like I said, I've been to Tennessee. I've seen their rivers and their ponds, their swing holes, whatever you want to call it. Just like in West Virginia, Alabama, they're all about the same. Any form of water like that, that's cut that way. There's rocks everywhere, especially in Tennessee. There's tons of them, because this is all based out of mountain tops and stuff like that. So the rocks are all that slimy, mossy stuff that's underwater. They're hard to stand on, when you're barefoot, to keep traction. And if you're that little, and that water, when she was in that water, guys, she was out to like upper chest area, right around where her breastplate would have been, is how high that water was. And she's holding her head up in the water. You can see her. They let her go out that far. And she's standing on these big rocks under the water. And I'm sure she was slipping and falling, which is why she kept going underwater. Okay. They're over here doing their thing, smoking their marijuana vape pens and drinking this twisted tea, not paying attention. So that's why I went with the dry drowning theory. Because Hunter, the kid said he saw her go under 2 or 3 times, and then finally he took his shirt off, and he goes out in the water with her to try to help her, because he said she was like a little sister to him. So there's that. And or what the psychic lady just said, that maybe, because she saw Hunter, Candace giving Hunter the tea to drink, she's like, she thought that her and Hunter were like a brother and sister type scenario, okay? And they were friends. Hunter claimed to be Summer's friend as well, and that called her his friend. It is weird. She's 5, he's 13 or 15. I'm sorry. That's not they don't fit, for those kids of that age to play together. But whatever. It could have just been the brother sister relationship scenario, and I get that. So, anyway, so she sees him drinking this and wants to be part of it. So, maybe thinking Candace, because Candace, in my opinion, has a 15-year-old mentality as well. So, thinking that, I better let her try some too, or she's going to blab and say something to somebody, and then I'm going to get in trouble anyway. So she gives her some too, and gives her a little more. And it doesn't take much for a child that big to get, have a reaction to the alcohol. And that's where the other theory comes in, which does make perfect sense. And I never would have put that there. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but, and then, but Sunny's saying, the psychic saying Summer has a fish by her feet. I think they should be dragging. Yeah, I agree. And it's either that area that they went back to, or there's multiple lakes, ponds, streams in the area, when Jody Sue said she heard the scream, and then shortly thereafter, Candace had called 911, or she called Don, her husband, first, and Don left his job site where he was working and came to her. They met up, and I think personally, like I said, that Don disposed of Summer's body either in a septic system or in a body of water that was somewhat in that vicinity, or in the area that he's in, which is where I think they need to be, in that area that he was working in, or somewhere in between Ben Hill Road and the area he was working in. They need to be looking in water areas there, because that's where I think they're going to find her, or in a septic system. Okay, so that's what should be going on, in my opinion. But who am I? I'm not law enforcement, and I'm not anybody else. But again, that does make sense. And this woman's been right before. I'm not going to discount what she's saying. I'm sorry. So, I agree with you, Sonny. I do. I really do. And like BBY or Becca was saying, the trailer is in view of the house. Okay, it's like a camper, guys. It's right there within, I don't know, 15 to 20 feet of the door of the house. They would have seen or heard anything. A truck, a car, anything coming up that driveway and leaving that driveway. And or somebody on foot. That was the theory too brought up that I thought of, that somebody in the very beginning when they said she was kidnapped, I thought that somebody could have come up. There's a dog trail coming up the side of the mountain that goes onto their property, and it's a straight shot through the woods right to that door, walked in, grabbed her, and walked right back out. But again, walked down that trail, met a car, and took off on the main road, right? Okay. Here's my huge issue with that, like I said, because at one point that was Miss Amy's theory too, and I respect that 100%, and I told her that, I agreed with her, except for these two things. And that theory was based on that they picked up Summer's scent on that dog trail that goes down the hill there, and that's great, that's awesome. Those dogs are very rarely wrong, but I don't believe that that's what happened, only because, first of all, Summer was a very loud, outspoken, playful child, and I just cannot picture her going with somebody that she doesn't know without screaming and yelling, because they're going to snatch her and tell her to be quiet and run. She knows that's wrong, and take off with her, right? So she's going to scream and yell. That's one thing. Two, the dogs are going to go nuts, and I mean nuts. Those dogs were, even when nobody was before this happened, I've seen videos with the dogs barking. They're big dogs too. They're not quiet things, Exactly, Sonny. That's the only one's ever talked about that, and she's the only one that I pay attention to. I've seen 3 or 4 other ones. It doesn't make sense what they're saying. This lady does, okay, and I kind of respect and trust her to an extent. So that's why I kind of discounted the abduction theory, because it just doesn't make sense to me after the fact. And it's so easy to explain the dogs picking up her scent, because she's lived in that property for 5 years, has been playing on that property for 5 years. I'm sure that Summer herself has gone up and down that path, because when you see the path, on the sides of it, all the way up and down the hill, there's toys, there's a tricycle, there's different things. So the kids are playing in there too, okay? So that scent is going to be there regardless. So, that being said, I go back to my theory, and or I'm going to go even with this woman now with this theory. It makes sense. Any of this is very possible. And going back to what I showed you and talked to you guys about, every time Candace, Summer's mother, goes to that swimming hole, she shows signs of PTSD. This would make even more sense, this theory, because of that, okay? Because if you guys have been through something traumatic where you've been hurt or you've watched somebody get hurt, and you go to something that reminds you of that, you're going to have PTSD. It makes you nervous. It makes you uncomfortable, on edge. You feel bad. And, if this is where this woman's daughter hurt herself to the point where she's deceased from it now, it's going to cause huge PTSD issues. Whether she knows it or not, there it is. Oh, absolutely, Sonny. Like I said, the way this whole thing went is whatever happened at that swimming hole is the swimming hole, or the horse pond as it's called, is where whatever happened. I'm sorry. Whether it be she got water in her lungs, she fell, she hit her head, something happened. That's where the incident happened that caused Summer to disappear. Okay. Now, the story was put together with Dawn, and Candace is a very good liar. We've already figured that one out because of the phone call she made to Dawn, her husband's sister. That was a hoax. It was a joke about them taking Dawn away, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, haha, I got you. It was a joke. Yeah, this woman was lying through this whole phone call to Dawn's sister, crying her eyes out, and all of a sudden snapped out of it like that. So she's a very good liar. Dawn is a manipulator as well, and very good at manipulating Candace, and basically told her, listen, if this is my opinion, basically probably told her, look, we already had CPS on our asses. We're going to go to prison if this comes up like this. We will lose our boys, and then we'll have no kids. So we have to hide this. We can't do the right thing. And with the mentality that Candace has, she's very naive. And Dawn had full control of her until recently. And, I'm sure Candace feared him because she even said multiple times that she feared for her life, and had him removed a few different times for domestic shit. So there it is, guys. You can't really look at it any other way, in my opinion. I don't know. Does anybody else in here? And I definitely want to hear, what you think. If you have, does anybody else have an opinion, or anything about what this woman said? Do you have any comments, ideas, or thoughts about what she just said or what I just said? Please let me know in the comments. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, guys. It really does. There, I know I'm stuttering around, but I cannot follow any other theories right now. I'm sorry. There's no way to go with there's no way in hell to go with the abduction thing at all. I'm sorry, not at all. Me and my wife had talked about it in the beginning too, about, maybe that they sold her into child trafficking or sex trafficking ring for drugs. Okay. I can understand that, and that's my wife's theory. I went with that one. Maybe, if we wanted to go with the abduction theory that they owed money to somebody for drugs, somebody just took the child until they paid their money. I'll go with that one too, to an extent. But again, if somebody came to take her, where are the dogs at? Why aren't they barking? Why didn't anybody see or hear a car? It just doesn't fit. Um, Everything points to, between what this psychic said and what I said initially, those theories for me. And that's for me. So I think in the end, when this all, and it will eventually, I think that Dawn is eventually going to snap. Okay. Because Candace is alone. She's doing these stupid live streams. She's not educated enough to know. She's a good liar and slightly a good actor, but she does drink and do whatever drugs she does. And that's where she's going to slip, guys. I've been watching whatever live streams of hers I can to try to catch that, to try to catch her saying something wrong. She has, said a few things that are off key that don't make sense, but she's got somebody. First of all, they have attorneys now, and the attorney's probably telling them, don't do this, don't do that, don't say this, don't say that. You're incriminating yourself by doing it. So, what are you going to do? I don't know. Let's see here. I just don't know. Um, so, I mean, again, that being said, right, right. 1 second, guys. I'm reading something. Um, the the fact that he's in jail and he's sitting in there now, mind you, what happens typically when somebody? I think most of America thinks that him and his wife are responsible for this, and even hardened criminals in jails and prisons, they don't like when you mess with kids or women. They will go at you. So he's probably having a rough time in jail right now. She's out here on her own, and she doesn't have a whole lot of support, but she's got somewhat of a support system. Everybody that goes at her online, she can't handle that. You saw how she reacted to Dr. Phil because I believe of guilt, and absolutely, Sonny, a liar will always get caught in the lie at one point or another. The truth will come out, and this is what I think is going to happen. I think she's either gonna screw up and say the wrong thing, and I guarantee you that TBI is waiting for the same thing, because again, they have circumstantial evidence. They don't have any hard evidence. There's no body. They've gone through everything, but they have eliminated everybody else as suspects to the almost, except for the two parents. And now the parents are not cooperating. Gee, why, I wonder. Because now they know that they're the only suspects that are really left, and that the authorities are just looking at them 100%. Well, and here's the thing, Sonny. He's only in jail because of a DUI that he had and a probation violation, but they jumped on that for a reason, to get him in there, I think, to get him to talk. Because I think what they're waiting for is to have him slip up and say something to one of his cellmates in there, because that they got informants in there all over the place, and that's what they're waiting for, I think, as far as he's concerned. And they're waiting for Candace to do something on her live stream. So it's only a matter of time, guys. It's only a matter of time. And all I pray for all the time, I'm praying, right now as I think about it, that when it does come out and they finally realize that they can't go no other direction, that they have to come off with it, that they're done, they're caught, it's over with, they're going to give up everything, tell the whole truth, tell them where anybody, tell everybody that's dealing with them, I should say, not all of us, but, that they're going to come off with where the body is and that child can be found and put to rest finally. Because I just cannot think, as much as I want to think that she's alive still, guys, I can't. I'm sorry, but I can't. There's no way. Not after 9 months. Not after 9 months. Here's the thing, Sonny. He was at work when somebody there testified to this. He was at work to a point, and then he left for like two hours, I think it was, for lunch in the middle of the afternoon, like 2 or 3 or something like that it was. And I think it was in Jonesboro, which is like a town over from them, working. And he was gone for an hour, 2 hours, whatever. That's enough time to meet up with your wife, take your child, talk to your wife and tell her this is what we're going to do, figure out the scenario, and then take the child and dispose of the body. That's what I think happened. And then he went back to work. And then claims that finally, after she called, went back to the house and called 911, they got their story set up, then called him back and he came home. Think about it. I mean, it only makes sense this way. I'm sorry, that's me. That's my theory, my opinion, and I'm not going to go any other way with it. That's it. So, I will respect anybody else's opinions and theories on it 100%, but I can't think of it any other way. I'm dead set on it. Oh, well, yeah, and like I said, here's the thing they also figured out too, Sonny. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody else that does the true crime stuff like I do, that does the same type of thing, that mapped it out. And there's a lot, and Dawn knows this too. Somebody else said this very clear that lives in that area. There's a lot of back roads that can get you from town to town within literally like 20 to 30 minutes, okay? If you follow the main routes, it's like an hour, I think, or so. 20 to 30 minutes max as you can meet, and they could have met somewhere in between, which is when he left and said, hey, meet me here. It's literally 5 or 10 to 15 minutes from where he was. You given the back roads and the shortcuts, and that the fact that they're meeting in a neutral zone, she's not going all the way and he's not coming all the way. They're going to meet somewhere in between. That's enough time. That is definitely enough time. And he could have been thinking about it on the way there. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Where am I going to put her? Where am I going to put her? And like I said, I still feel that they should check in between those two towns, septic systems and bodies of water, because that's where I think the child is. I don't think that they took the time to dig a hole to bury her. Although they could have, but I don't, because she's not very big. I don't think they did that. I think she's in either a well somewhere, a septic system somewhere, or a deep body of water somewhere. That's my theory. So anywhere between Ben Hill Road, where they lived in Hawkins County, to Jonesboro, Tennessee, is where this child is laying right now. As sad as it is to me to think about that, she's alone and all by herself in this area. And, I'm sure her soul is in heaven by now, guys, but that's where she's lying. And she needs to be brought home and put to rest and just put peace to this and put an end to it. And I wish, Dawn and Candace Wells, I wish you would just do the right thing by God and if you have any love for this child whatsoever, just tell the truth and get it over with and be done with it. Put your daughter to rest. Well, and that's Sonny. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm saying, I was saying initially, like, septic systems or well or whatever, but a body of water with fish, yes. That's what, now that the psychic had said that, that's what I was going with too. There's some deep, like, blue hole type scenarios in Tennessee as well, along the rivers and whatnot. So, one of my other things too was I was going to try to map out something in between Jonesboro and where they live on Ben Hill Road and in Hawkins County, and then look to see what ponds, lakes, and rivers are in that vicinity that were deep enough that somebody could have done that. She's not very big. It would be very easy to do it. And the thing I was hoping for at one point was, because they had so much rain and stuff down there, that a lot of these bodies of water would flood out and something would pop up. It hasn't happened yet, but that's what I was hoping for. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what I think. Does anybody in here have a different theory or opinion about that? Or, do you guys go along with that? I know a lot of you guys agree with me, but does anybody have something different that they wanted to add, maybe, or a completely different scenario that you think could have happened? Because I am definitely down to hear it. Really? So you guys pretty much just agree with me then, huh? Really, guys, it doesn't. What else is there? And that picture, now that that woman has said that those were ice packs, that cold milk was put there too. That makes sense. I'm gonna have to go back now and look at. In fact, I'm gonna pull that up now and look and see if I can find that picture again. For the very reason that if she fell and hit her head and got a concussion, and the biggest thing they say is do not go to sleep for like an hour once you hit your head. She was wore out. She was tired. Her core temperature has probably, because it was 79 degrees that day, and the water itself was 70 degrees. She's 40 pounds. She's very small framed. She had the water all the way up to her chest. So she's cold, which weakens your body. She slipped and fell and hit her head. Okay. Concussion. She's tired. She said, I don't feel very good. You're going to get nauseated from a concussion and or feel like you're going to get sick. She could have gotten sick and just not told her. They didn't tell anybody that. And then they finally let her go to sleep, or they let her go to sleep without, probably because they're uneducated with that scenario. Because they're uneducated with a lot of other things too, that's what it is. The whole milk thing, because, like, honestly, I was looking at that in the beginning of when this started, when they showed that picture, like, why is she sleeping on milk? And that's another thing. There was another true crime investigator that does this, like the same stuff I do on here, that was talking about that went and did the theory with the milk. Okay, she has a 5-year-old child. They went to the grocery store, and it just so happened that the child fell asleep in the car while they were driving, which a lot of kids do. Okay, and Sunny, she could have been dizzy from drinking the alcohol, which fell and gave her the concussion. And you're right. I see what you're saying, that the dizziness gave her concussion, or she got dizzy from having the concussion too. Yeah, I get that. But this woman went shopping one day and it dawned on her because her daughter fell asleep in the car, same age, that since she was at the grocery store, let's try this out and see how this works. And she stacked 2 gallons of milk back there and kind of like moved her daughter, who had fallen asleep, propped him up, and leaned her daughter against it. And this woman said the second that her child's body touched or leaned against that milk, she woke up and said, "Mommy, why'd you do that? Leave me alone." That's what she said. And I was thinking that too. Like, there's no way in hell that a small child, their skin's very sensitive. They're very sensitive to hot and cold, blah, 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 at that age and that size, is going to soundly sleep on something that cold. Welcome, Marilyn's Missing and Murdered. How are you today? Thanks for being here. So, like I said, I mean, I can't picture anybody soundly sleeping, leaning on something like that, you know? So, I when I looked at that picture, I didn't see any kind of like head wound per se, but the way she's positioned, you can't really see it if there is something over there on the side. So, again, yeah, that's another thing. Unless they're sound asleep or worse, you know, Sonny, you're right. 5-year-olds don't sit still very long. And this child was super hyper too. She didn't to begin with. They showed videos of her, like even when she was at church. You know, most kids either they're with the youth group scenarios, or you know, like they're made to sit still. This child never sat still. She was still when they were in church doing their, you know, talking. This child's constantly up, walking around, going up and hugging people that are speaking at the point in time. So she's a very hyperactive child. It would not sit still either. So, you know, yeah, Maryland, I don't know. I don't know if you were in here listening before you typed anything, but my theory, I think both parents were involved. I don't think that it was done purposely. No, you know, I'm going to state that out. I do not think that these parents murdered the child, you know, on purpose, physically, purposely hurt her. But they didn't do what a parent does, and they didn't try to help the situation. I think they covered it up 100%. Yeah, Lola, I agree with you. She is. Now, whether it's like I said, with that secondary theory that I have now, the first theory is that I came up with is that she passed away from dry drowning, because when you look at that photo, okay, if you look at her hands, the nail beds on her hands where the quick meets her nail are blue. It's not dirt. That's different, like discoloration, because when your body is looking for oxygen, when you can't breathe in your lungs, it pulls from your extensions, you know, your fingers, your toes, your legs, your ankles, it pulls. It's reaching for the oxygen it can find to breathe. So it's taking all the oxygen out of the blood from your fingertips, and they're turning blue. And if you look at her face, you know, she's already a very, very pale person, but even like around the mouth area, when I blew it up, you can tell it's even more pale, like a discolored completely. So yes, it's either an accidental dry drowning, or she maybe no. I mean, it could be that she had drowned, and they just put her in the truck and left with her and tried to figure out what to do. But I don't think so. I think she was still functioning when they left the swimming hole. Honestly, I think she was still functioning, and that she had had some problems. You know, if we're gonna go with the drowning theory, my theory is that she was still functioning and moving around and talking. They got her dressed into warmer clothes because she said she was cold. Again, I get it. Um, and then they put her in the back seat, and she said, "I'm not feeling very well." And then they moved on to do the other things they were doing, and dropped Hunter off, went home. Cyanosis, exactly. Thank you, Lola. Cyanosis. So it was either that, or the other theory I had with her slipping, falling, maybe hitting her head, getting a concussion, falling asleep, and never waking back up, sadly. But that's where I'm at with it, guys. And thanks for joining, Lola and Sunny. Appreciate having, or I'm not Sunny, Marilyn's missing and murdered. Sorry, guys. Appreciate you guys being here. If you sub to the channel, thank you so much for that. And if not, no worries. I'm just glad to have you here, period. So guys, as sad as it is to say, like I said, I think that's what's going to happen when it finally does come out. And God, I'm praying it happens soon. Like I said, 9 months is a long time for this to go on. 9 months is a long time for this child's body and soul to be at unrest. You know, it just needs to be done. It really does need to be done. And again, it's either going to be Candace is going to make a mistake doing her live streams, or, you know, it just in general, she's going to say the wrong thing, and it's finally going to come out. Or Don is going to finally get done with, be tired of it crack, and he's going to tell the truth. And, you know, I'll respect that as much as I don't care for them. It'll be the right thing to do. Oh, yeah, definitely, Lola, because it's been so long now. I mean, they can do an autopsy. I think I don't even think at this period of time, especially if she was in water, that the alcohol that would be in her system would even show up. So, you know, if she were to have gotten the alcohol in her system or got into drugs of some kind or something like that, because she was saying I drank the poison. That's the only thing I can think of. Would be that she drank that tea, or, you know, at one point there was a comment made about the orange soda that was on the back seat, that she tried to drink it and that the grandmother said, no, don't drink that. That's old. Maybe it had something else in it. Okay. And she had been drinking it, and that caused the problem there. You know, there's that too. So, you know, you can go with it either which way you look at it. So there's that. I did want to check something while, you know, you guys are sitting here. Let's see if I can pull up a new one of one of her live streams. That was, her live streaming just kills me, because I just want to jump in there and just tell her all about herself, but I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. I just feel that that's wrong to attack her that way. But when it all comes out, and if she finally tells the damn truth, I will. 100%, you know, because that's wrong. But doesn't look like there are any new ones that I can see. 9 days ago and 11 days, 10 days. That's the last one. Where's it at? Where's it at? Maybe that's the wrong one. Yeah, there's nothing new to look at, just in case she had another one. I'd like to look through them, but yeah, exactly, Sassy. I mean, being that he's in already, like I said, I'm sure that, you know, he's being quiet, well, to them, but maybe not to somebody else in there. But I think he's only got 18 months. Okay. And that's not, I can't imagine that being enough time for somebody to say, I'll give you to make a plea deal to get out of jail on a DUI or a probation violation, to drop, you know, the murder charge to trade out for a murder charge. You know, I don't see that happening. And that's the problem, though, Sonny, is they do need a body, because the circumstantial is not going to give them enough to do anything with. But The other case right now, I think their last name was Wells, maybe, but it's the two little boys, Oren and Orson, that went missing. The foster parents were charged. There's no bodies, but they've been charged with murder. So how that works, I don't know. I'm not into the laws or the legal system too much, but I know that they have been charged and they're going with that. So there's a good chance that this could happen here too. I guess it just depends on what they actually get from somebody. I also think that they should go at that kid. I'm sure they don't want to traumatize him because he's already been traumatized. I think that 115-year-old kid, but I think that they should let TBI go at him and scare the shit out of him, and maybe he'll come out with something. I know that his parents have like tried to hide him and kept him out of the public eye. They sent him to live with his dad, this, that, and everything else. But I think they should go back at him, and I know they have his phone. See, that's the thing. That's where I think that they have some kind of information that nobody knows about, because they have his phone and they will not give it back. They have not given anybody's phones back because there's shit in there that was erased that it's probably not talking about exact details, but there's something that they have in there. I know they do. That leads back to a situation, guys. So that's where that's at with me. Yeah, I'm sure TBI could if Don's gonna play ball with him. That's the thing. Don has to agree to do something to begin with, and once he does that, that's when TBI, because I'm sure they've already tried. That's when TBI can come up with something and say, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do." He said this. Now let's take that and run with it. He has to make the first step in it. And I just feel that after this amount of time, that I just feel like it's coming to that point, guys. They're gonna get broke down, and it's gonna happen. I really feel that. We'll see, though. All we can do is cross our fingers and pray that it happens, and it happens soon. I can't imagine. Um, it went all through last summer. From June through the whole summer. It went through the winter. I'm sure things froze. Well, down there, not really, but I'm sure that if she's in water, that to an extent, it's her body's preserved. But if not, then I'm sure that the environment and animals got to her, unfortunately. So I don't know. Exactly, Sonny. Exactly. I am curious about the interview later on, All for Justice, what that's going to be all about and what they're going to get from that. Like I said, little by little, they're getting closer and closer and closer, and I think it's about to blow. I really do. I'm hoping that soon it comes. So, and you guys got anything else on it for me? Um, Lola or anybody else, anything that I didn't touch on that you want to hit on, or that I may have missed, or from there? Yeah, that's true too, Sassy. Absolutely true. Like I said, it depends on where it's at. I think if in water, it's going to be preserved to an extent. Um, but still, there's even natural decomposition in water. Whatever animals are in that body of water, fish, they're going to peck and go at it too. Unfortunately, I hate to talk about it like that because it's just a little girl, but you know, let's see. Hmm. So, nothing else then? Oh, I'm sorry, Sassy. I didn't see that. I was thinking that somebody knew that Summer was being abused and they took. Okay. I think somebody knew that Summer was being abused. They took her to save her to keep. Now, here with that theory, and that was brought up too, Sassy, because there was, and I thought about that in the very beginning of this investigation, and I really thought hard about that. It's just hard for me to. Okay, here's the thing. They were talking about that red Toyota truck. I think it was a Toyota. Okay, that was seen at that time. Now, this is another theory, but it doesn't hold up to me again, and I'll tell you why. Okay, the theory that I came up with that was there was a woman, I should say, that Summer was very close to at the church that they went to. Okay, Robin, and they were always stuck together. Summer loved her because she showed Summer attention. She's a pretty woman. And that's obviously something that Summer did not get from her mother was the girly girl attention that the little girls like from their mother. We can do hair together and makeup and do that, girly things that mothers and their daughters do together. That didn't happen with Summer and Candace because Candace just was not that type of mother. Okay, but and the longer that this goes on, it is very, very possible that either that woman, because I thought about that for a lot in the beginning, or somebody that woman knows, or a group of people that the church knows, because the church knew that they could get involved in this family's life and help the children, especially the little girl, because you could tell in the videos of when the girl was at church that she was starved for attention, was striving to get attention from people because she was neglected and ignored so much with her family. The boys were loud. Boys are boys. They direct all the attention to them and so on and so forth. And Summer was all the youngest, left behind the most. So when she's at church, they pay attention to her. So that's why she does what she does there. And Robin loved her to death. And I'm sure there was other people that did and wanted to help these kids. In the basis of the theory, that there could have been people that took her and hid her to help her. Okay. And being that it has been this long, that would make sense because she's hidden. That's why they're not finding anything. But this is where, like I said, the basis of my theory comes in, because if somebody took her from that point in place at that time, why did the dogs not erupt like they should have? Why did nobody see or hear anything? Now, okay, we'll say that there was somebody waiting there at the house, okay? They waited until they came back. They pulled in. Summer got out of the truck and was doing this and doing that. They sent her in the house, and she was okay. They sent her in the house. She went to the basement. There's either somebody waiting down there in the basement that she knew, okay, and she went right to that person. That's why there's no screaming or anything, and that's why I went right to Robin with this theory. She went. That person said, "Hey, come with me. We're gonna go get ice cream, whatever it is. Okay, you're gonna come hang out with me, or you're gonna even come live with me." And I could see Summer jumping all over that because she adores that person. Okay, they go, we're gonna go for a walk, and we're gonna go do this, and we're gonna go do that. And she walks off with that person. They walk right down that trail. They get into a vehicle, which could be the red truck, and they drive off. And Summer is never seen again. But she's living a very happy and good life. You know what? I I probably shouldn't say this, but if that were the case, I would actually be happy. Right, Sassy. Maybe the dogs knew them because they've been there before. Um, but well, and here's the thing. The last picture that we saw, like every picture that they've showed of her, she has like maybe ear length hair or like bobbed, that haircut. She's a bleach blonde pale-skinned little girl. When she went missing, her head was shaved. Okay. They could have changed her whole entire look. Either took her out of the country, or she's around here somewhere being hidden very well by a group of people that are protecting children. Because there are groups, guys, that will step in that are completely underground, and they will take children out of situations like this, and you will never see or hear from them again. I've seen documentaries on it and different stories of children that were taken from bad families like this, and because there were rumors going around too, as part of the one of the theories that came up was because Dawn was SAing or sexually assaulting a little girl, and maybe somebody knew about that and was trying to figure out a way to save this little girl from the horror that she was going through, if that was happening, along with the neglect from her family, the treatment that she gets, and that's where that came from. And that's true, Sonny. That's what I'm saying. So, and I'm not saying, like I said, that woman could be completely wrong. Okay. But this is, I never really touched on this theory too much because it's just hard for me to grasp it because of the way that the parents acted about this whole situation. Dawn swears up and down that that's what happened, and the look on his face really made me believe him, because I watch people's body language, their eyes, and the way that they talk about things. I pay attention to that. Okay, it's either he's a very, very, very good liar to protect himself and Candace at one point, or this is really what he truly believes because he wasn't there. Okay. And here's another part of this that could be another theory, guys, is that this was set up and that it was told to the parents that maybe they give the parents a certain amount of money and said, listen, we're going to take this little girl. You guys can't handle her. We'll give you $100,000. Okay. I mean, it's obvious that they haven't showed that they have that money, but we'll give you $100,000. Well, although I will add something to this that may make that plausible. We'll give you, and I'm just using this number out of my head, but we'll give you $100,000 if you let us take this child and take her out of your hands. You can't take care of her. She's being abused here. And they could have played on the mother's instinct, if she has any. I don't think there's very much, but what little she has, they could have played on the mother's instinct and said, here's this money, blah, blah, blah. You don't say a word about this. You make up whatever you got to make up to figure, make it happen. We're going to take her and give her a better life. Something you couldn't do to her or for her. And they took her and did that. And they either paid the money to the family. And these people I take these people as the people that would agree to that. I'm sorry. I don't think they even cared about Summer like a parent should. Okay. So that's another very, very weak and loose theory that's possible. Right, exactly, Sonny. I did too. I did it online, but it's part of another thing I did that my wife took. She has 2 degrees in psychology, so I learned a lot about it, and then I did online stuff about it too for something else I was doing. But all right, Lola says, Dago, that makes absolutely no sense. The psychic says she's dead, yet she's alive, and someone took her to keep her safe. Parents could possibly be tell their truth. They are also fucked up. But yeah, and that's true, Lola. I'm not saying that this is a belief of mine. I'm just saying it is a very slightly possible theory. Sorry. So I mean, if that was what the outcome came out to be, I'd be ecstatic. Okay, that'd be great, because then that says that the little girl didn't die, and then she's living also a better life. But I really don't think that's what the case is, because if if you follow or believe in what psychics do, she said she's gone. There was no other theory of, well, she's here, she's there, she's that, she's this. Other than her saying, I drank the poison, but I learned my lesson. That doesn't mean that she's alive saying that. So, yes, Sonny. Yeah, the psychic. Let me find it. Let me see the date on that. Let me see real quick. I think that was just a couple days ago. Give me a second here. Where'd it go? I know I just saw it. I had to pull that out. No, I'm sorry. That was not new. I thought that was the newer one. She said this 7 months ago. I was thinking of the other psychic that did that, the other psychic kind of touched on along the same lines of it, which was a newer scenario. But I think that psychic, the newest one, watched this scenario. So I'm sorry, but 7 months ago, so that's 2 months into the investigation. That would make sense. Okay, yeah, and that's Lola. I'm 100% with you on that one, as well as Sunny. And I know that just that comment alone, Sunny keeps going back to that, says it in itself. With the fish at Summer's feet, to makes you believe that she's in a fishing plate. Right. That's why I said, if you put pieces and parts of everybody's depiction of this together, it still comes back to that. So, agreed. You know what I mean? That's my thought. As I said, I'll hear out any other theory that anybody has, and that one could make sense. But there's too many things that point the other way. That's why I say I'm just going to stick with where I'm at and my theory, and that's what it is. And I hope I'm wrong. It would be the best thing in the world if I was wrong, and it was the other theory. That'd be great, because like I said, the little girl's still alive. She's living a better life, and that's that. And the parents would still be charged with neglect, at the very least, and would not get their children back, because at this point I don't see the kids going back there ever again if they get away with all this. So, and yeah, Sassy, that's my thing. And here's my thing, Sassy. I thought about that with my theory and with the psychic theory part of it. If if it was a concussion, she didn't at all. She just went to sleep and never woke up. If it was the drowning scenario, again, there's a very possibility. I mean, it sucks to not be able to breathe, but it doesn't seem like it was like, too long. She went to sleep and didn't wake up from that either. So, that's all we can hope and pray for, is all I can say. So, it makes sense. It really does. It does make sense. That's exactly it, Sonny. Hopefully she just fell asleep, did not wake up. There was no pain. There's no, I'm sure if it was a head injury, I'm sure that hurt a little bit. But, with the milk on it, that's probably what put her to sleep, because it was relieving some of the pain. But we don't know. But I pray to God that there was no suffering at all. You're right. 100%. And as much as I hate to say it, if that is what happened, and then she passed away, she went to heaven, where everybody calls, that place, or whatever you guys call it. Then she's at peace, and her soul is at peace. There's no more suffering for her in living life that she lives with these people. So that is a good thing too. It's not a good thing the way it happened, but so, all right, guys. Let's see, it's 12:30 here. We've been going for 3 hours now, it says. So I think I'm going to bring this one to an end and get moving with my day. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I definitely enjoyed having you guys here, as I always do. Let's see, Lola, I'm sorry. Am I saying it correct, Lola or Lala? I think it's Lola. I apologize. I wonder when the last time someone was buried in that cemetery that's close to their home. Best place to hide a body would be underneath. You're right. You are right, Sonny. That or Lola. I mean, that would be the best way. But I think they would have seen um, freshly turned dirt, unless. Yeah. Okay. I think I see where you're going with this. If there was somebody that was buried recently when that happened, would be the perfect hiding spot to put a body that nobody's going to really pay attention to, a fresh grave that somebody just put in. That would be amazing. You know what I mean? Like, here's it is. That's our out. Let's go put her there. Because all you got to do is move the dirt, put her in the ground, and put the dirt back on top, just like it was. You're not going to tell any difference. Now, if it was something that was dug just at that time, I'm sure they looked into that, though, or thought about it. So that would be like that's a really good point, Lola. It really is. It really is. And I've heard a lot of good things about TBI. They're very thorough with things and they're very on point. And, I'm sure they've checked a lot of this stuff. But that is a good point, Lola. I like the fact that you put that in there. I really do. It gives you something new to think about. So, does anybody have any questions for me that I can answer for you, or anything else that you wanted to put out there? Some do have groundskeeper sassy that are there on a regular, but they cannot. Most of them don't really bother with some things like in at night like that. A lot of places will have somebody that, like a lot of areas, I should say, like around here where I live at, our local police will patrol through certain cemeteries and whatnot because there's a lot of vandals that go in and do stuff, and teenagers that like to go party at cemeteries because it's a cool thing to do. So the local police will patrol different cemeteries and like just check things, but there's not somebody there, at night, overnight. Um, yeah, and again, like Lola said, that's poor country. I'm sure they're not going to have, the ability to spend money to have a caretaker be available 24 hours a day and see everything going on in the cemetery. So, people are going to pull in to visit their loved ones. And a lot of times, you know, you'll see a vehicle parked somewhere, but you don't pay attention because, again, you think somebody's just there to visit their loved one. But you can't catch and see everything. And like I said, out there, it's dark and at night, really, really dark. It's not like living in a city, and it's definitely poor country. So it's, you're in the mountains. So who knows? Yeah, they don't do that too often. Now, if you're in a city, sassy, and some of these cemeteries that do have money and high financial areas that are doing very well, they may have a 24-hour game groundskeeper, but most of them don't. It would be a great thing though, because I know there's been a lot of vandalization in cemeteries where I live at, which is really sad. I'll never understand people that do that, but what are you going to do? Um, like I said, did anybody have any questions for me specifically, or anything more that they wanted to add to this? Right, Lola, that's true. She said they would have to exhume the casket and vault both. So yeah, yeah, and a lot of people, first of all, don't really agree to those things. And if it's something that TBI is insisting for their investigation, they still have to do it the right way and go through all the the red tape for that. Yeah, I know they don't either. There's a lot, at least around here. I'm in Ohio, like I said, it happens around here a lot, and it's so disgusting that people do that. But 9 out of 10 times, 9.5 out of 10 times, I should say, they get away with it. So yeah, there's some people that collect that kind of weird shit too. They'll go around stealing people's skulls, or full bodies have been stolen. But yeah, that would be the best way to do it, Lola. Would be a court order based on the police investigation. So 100%. So nobody has any more questions for me, or is there any more that anybody wants to add to this? Yes, ma'am. I love the interaction. Bring it on, Lola. Okay, Sassy says there used to be a video on YouTube of this guy that would teach people how to rob graves and how to get the flex off of a. Ooh, really? And YouTube played that or allowed that? That's crazy. That's crazy. A body farm isn't it? Okay. Can you like add more to that, Lola? I'm a little really not familiar with that. If that's yeah, that's a new one for me. I didn't know that there was one there. Hmm. Oh yeah, Sassy. The body farm. That I must have missed that, guys. Let me know what you're talking about here. Oh, the yeah. Okay, I do know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I do know what you're talking about now. Yes. Yeah, that's crazy. Right at this point, sir, not right this moment. I'm not, but at one point, yeah. I mean, if it's going to be a true one-on-one conversation without any bullshit attached to it, yeah, I would definitely do that. Right at this moment, no, but I'll let you know. Yeah, I for it's the yeah they use the body farms for forensic science and whatnot to do basically for teaching purposes. Absolutely, I did forget about that. That would be. I think that place is actually there's 24-hour surveillance of what goes on there because of the situation of it. But that if if you can get away in and around, that would be a good place um, to hide something. Exactly, Lola. Um, oh, no worries, Sassy. He's not. That's not how he does things. He's not going to come in and disrespect or be nasty or anything like that. And he's very well, very respectful every time when he comes in here. So I'm not. No worries. None at all. Like I said, he does his thing when he's over there. When he goes into other people's places, he doesn't do too much of the trolling or that. He's the only one that seems to have any common sense over there. Or any respect for anybody at all, how little it may be at times, but that's like I said. Oh, he'll be nice to you. He's not here to do anything like that, I promise you. We had just had a conversation about doing a conversation just between the two of us, and he was just following up with that, guys. And that's all. Yeah, Lolo, that is a good theory, though. I mean, if you could get in there and avoid any kind of surveillance or anything like that, um, that'd be a great place to hide something. You can't really differentiate what's what. But I really think that I'd have to look into it. But I really think that um, uh, there's got to be like 24-hour surveillance. There's cameras all over the place. There's people constantly there watching and this and that. But it would be uh, something to see. I'd have to look at it and see how they have it set up there. I would want to think that TBI probably looked into that. Plus, I need to see how far away from where Hawkins County is that Memphis is. Hey, Cotty, how are you? Oh, right. No, I know what you're saying. Near it because of the smells and whatnot would be a good place to hide it too. Yeah, that would be definitely how to do that. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go look into that and look at the areas around it because that would make sense too. And it makes me wonder. I'm sure that they would have to have a way to keep the smell down because of people that may live around the area there. Because it's got to be horrendous. That smell is not anything even remotely comfortable for anybody. So, wind blowing and weathering and stuff like that would have to cause some sort of an issue that way. So I'm sure there's got to be a way for them to bring that down a level for the people that do live near there. I'm definitely going to go check that out, though, Sassy. I never thought about that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Completely forgot about that. Actually, I forgot that was in Tennessee. For some reason, I was thinking that they had that in um, Vegas. I don't know why. Yeah, that's true. That is true, and it could be. Well, here's the thing. Here's another option. If you're going to go with that theory too, that they could have put her somewhere temporarily and then went and no, that wouldn't work either because I think from the day that um, the TBI got involved, like they were following and keeping tabs on both of the parents and anybody close to the family from like that day on. They were like right on top of them. So I don't think they would have a chance to, if they were to put the body somewhere temporarily and then go to do something with it later, they wouldn't have had a chance to do that. I don't think so. Yeah, I remember Candace she's just been a mess. She doesn't have this sense that she should have, for sure. Yeah, I had heard that too, Lola. About the educational purposes for it. They really like. I took a cadaver class a long time ago, and it was basically dissecting a human body, and it was very interesting to see, to say the least. Especially when it came to um, when they dissected the brain. So I can imagine that the body farm would be educational. I know that it's done a lot of help. It's a lot of help, been helpful, I should say, for a lot of with research, the stem cell stuff, and all the cancer research, and all the other different things that they do with it. So it's definitely an interesting situation. It's a little morbid to think about in a sense, but it as far as science and medical goes, it's very helpful for sure. Most definitely. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that they had that located in Las Vegas. I don't know why. I'm wondering. Let me see something here. Let me see. Now that you brought that up, now my interest has been piqued. So let's see here. The case of Joe Clyde Daniels has similar situations in Tennessee as well. That one I don't know about. I'll have to look that up too. But you guys are just giving me all sorts of fun stuff to do. Cool, cool. Uh, Clyde Daniels. You know what? That name sounds familiar, but I don't know anything about that actual situation. But I remember hearing the name from somewhere. Give me a moment, guys. 1 second. Okay. So let's see here. Right. But don't they use the you said it like different stages of decomp, but don't they use oh shoot. 1 second, guys, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I'll be right with you. I'm fixing something on my computer real quick. Hold on. Sorry. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I did have a quick call, and then I was trying to fix something with my system, and it just, I'm okay. But what's up, Pennywise? Welcome. Um, and welcome back, Cecilia. But yeah, I'm trying to look at that to see if there's anything that I can find. WBIR. There's a documentary about it. It's interesting.
You can never have too much of a good thing.
What's going on, Pennywise? Lunchtime for you? Yeah, separate trials. Let me see that I missed that comment. Let me go back up here. Adolfo El Padrino. Look him up. This story really shook me. You know what, Sassy? I did see a couple pieces of that a while back, and it's different. I was actually wanting to go and try to follow the entire story at one point, and I never got the chance to, and I kind of forgot about it. But now that you reminded me, I will be going back to check that one out for sure. And then the parents went to prison in the Daniels case, the Clyde Daniels. Really? Well, you guys are killing me. You're going to keep me busy, busy, busy. So much of this to look at, but that's what this is all about. I'll be looking at a lot of it. I cannot wait to get this computer done. I'm telling you, because I'll be able to like pull things up on screen, like I said before. We can look at and analyze ourselves together and talk about and so on and so forth. And just it's going to be a lot better. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Oh, you're home today, Penny. Gotcha. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, there's a documentary about the body farm. So, well, I'm gonna say that if you wanted, because it's not probably too far, but I don't think they could have driven. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't think they could have temporarily done something with her body and then made a trip there without being found out, or at least close to there without being found out, because I think they were being followed. probably from the beginning. So that would make me think it'd be a little hard to do something in that realm. I mean, there's a very good possibility. And now there was a comment made. What'd you say, Penny? You feel like wicked shit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I haven't been feeling good the past couple of days either. But in the very, very beginning, I would say that could have been when it happened. If it happened at all, if they were to go to get close to this place and do something. Only because there were comments made by the guy, Dudley, I think it was, that worked with Don at one point, that he said that Don liked to go to work in like the middle of the night. He'd go up, 10 o'clock at night, and he'd work throughout the night until the next morning, and then he was done, so he could have pulled that off, maybe thinking that, making it look like he had a job in that area and but again, I'm going to think that, from the beginning that there were people following him, whether it be for the Hawkins County or the TBI or whatever, and keeping tabs on where they went, what they did. So I would think that if something like that were to happen, even if it was in the middle of the night, that there's somebody that's going to see or be following him and see him doing this. Say he found somewhere that was near this, considering, like I said, the smell, and went and buried her around that area. I'm still thinking that somebody's going to see him doing something like this. I'm just saying. That's my theory, or my opinion, I'm sorry, on that situation. But you never know. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to watch, the documentary on the farm thing, because I knew about it. I heard about it I don't know why I keep going back to thinking that this place was in Las Vegas. I don't get it. Which would not make sense, because there's a lot of dry land out there and desert area and stuff. That would be a horrible place to put something like this. So and his foundation for the facility has grown into a legacy carried on today. And for the last year, the body. Yeah, I would think, though. I mean, I know it's set up to analyze and to follow the stages of decomposition, but I would still think that it could help in some senses for medical science and some certain things.
You have these two fences. You have a privacy fence and the chain link with the razor wire on top to keep people out. So when you first walk in, you're on a nice gravel pathway, and then your focus shifts. As soon as you start looking a little to the left and to the right, the gravel pathway continues. You start seeing black plastic on the ground, and you realize underneath that black plastic is where you have placed the donors.
Oh, wow. This is crazy.
Knoxville, Tennessee has been the final resting place for thousands over the last 40 years.
What was what was if you want to give me a quick rundown? I mean, I'm going to watch it either way, check it out, but what was the scenario with the Daniels case, Lola? Like I said, I never got to look up. So, yeah, I'm gonna look it up. But what was the? Oh, that's weird. What was the base story on that one, Lola? It definitely sounds interesting. You're saying that the parents were charged with this? That's. I must not know anything about it then, because I can't think of anything. I know I've heard the name, but not the actual story behind it at all. Donated bodies on display after plastination. Nope, never heard of that one either, Penny. The only thing I know about from that area was the
I'm really proud of our training program. We have
it's not really super close, but the Amityville murders, you know, that one was an interesting situation too.
a deceased individual before. We are able to
I read that story, and then I also followed the documentaries on it.
their experience and comfort level.
Whether it's estimating time
Is it at the Science Museum of
remains or excavating mass graves.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Definitely to check that out.
Experts from south of the border.
We have crime scene investigators, anthropologists, archaeologists, individuals who work in the kidnapping units. And
How are you doing today, by the way, Cotty? What's new with you?
To find it, excavate it, document it. So my team right now is
5-year-old boy, and he was starved and abused. Oh man.
and screening it.
Wait a minute. 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 I think I do know. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Let me see. Clyde Daniels.
It's not a place of sensationalism, and we don't
Joseph
prepare
Clyde
ourselves
Daniels.
for, grotesque
Okay.
displays.
Did you guys ever see that story about the little boy? That's another one I was following. That he lived with his mom. God, I can't think of what state it was in. I think it was in Ohio. Yeah, it was. It was here in Ohio. It was in Cleveland, okay? And there was a little boy that he lived with his mom and his stepdad. And he was an adorable little boy too. It was so sad. And I think he was it was a black family. And he hadn't been heard of for heard from. It was like a year, okay? A year. And this kid had a biological father. And the mother was telling people that he was staying with his father, okay? Whenever they would ask about it, like CPS or Children's Services showed up. Then they had a police welfare check. They videoed via body cam the police welfare check, and they talked to the woman, checked out the house, looked around. The entire time that this was going on, the little boy was buried in the backyard of this rental property that they lived in, and I was just like, "What the fuck," you know? And it had something to do with, I think the stepfather was in jail, and they had like 6 kids. And he was the youngest one, and he was just so adorable. It was so sad. But somebody in the family is the one that kept bringing it up, and like they would make excuses to where he wasn't available at the time, you know. And it blew my mind because it's so close to home for me, you know. But it's just like, what the shit? Or maybe he was Latino. I'm sorry. Yeah. I can't think of the damn name, but it was in Cleveland, so yeah. And like I said, he was buried in the backyard the whole damn time, and it's just like, what the hell? Okay, here's the thing, guys. When adults, okay? Yeah, the mother had a bunch of kids. This is exactly what I was saying, Sassy. The same one, yeah. I swear there was like 6 kids, and he was the youngest one. I'm pretty sure. No. I think he was the second to the youngest is what it was, because she had a baby too. But anyway, I think he was 3. The guy who killed him, his brother. Yep, that's it. That's it. Yeah, because he had talked to his brother in regards to something. They had a conversation about it, and that's right. That's the story. But what I was saying was that I can understand people having issues with each other, okay? And fighting with each other, something happens, or even like adult family members, whatever, husbands and wives, blah, blah, blah. This shit happens. I get it. It's happened in the past. It's going to happen in the future. When it comes to little children like this, though, is what I don't get how you could physically hurt a child to the point where you kill them, first of all, and live with it. Like this woman that I'm talking about, that me and Sassy or she's referring to right now, this went on for a long, like I said, I think it was like a year, okay? how do you, when she did when the cops were there for the welfare check, she had full length conversations with them. Definitely Latino, you're right. Because of the names coming to me slowly, but like she had a full length conversation with them, was explaining tried to explain where the father lived because the cop was asking him, so where does he live at now? So, and do you have a number we can reach him at? And she, she walked around all the questions. I will check it out, Penny. Thank you very much. But when when like I said, when they were asking her the questions, she was just cool, calm, and collected. It really wasn't that big of a deal to her. It didn't seem like. And then, well, he's with his daddy right now, and he lives here, but he moved, and I don't have his new phone number, and all this shit. And like, I believe they let it go for a little while until there was a court order to do a dig on the property when when the brother, like you said, the brother of the stepfather is what it was, came out and said, "Hey, you might want to check this out because I, check the backyard or some shit," and that's when they found it. So it was just like, wow, that's cute, guys. Whoever put that up is real mature. You're right, Sassy. That's 100% true. You need to apologize to my mom, Big D, for harassing her. You don't take it for sure. Okay, yeah, whatever. Moving on. Gotta love the trolls. Yeah, exactly, Cotty. Yeah, exactly. No, my son's not retarded. Disgusting fucking people. Makes me sick. Memo. There's I think it's Memo and Big G. They're younger, 18 or they say they're 18, but some people say they're 16 or 17. Nobody's harassing them. Nobody's done anything to them, so it's whatever. These are just trolls doing what they do. Because my son has he's slightly autistic. They like to say stuff like that and then make fun of him over there in Guest Mob. That's real. That shows the type of people they are. Yes, whoever is trolling, thank you for the views and for being a fan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be watching and taking the time to do that. So thank you very much. Yeah, they do have a machine. I've seen them use it. It looks like a push behind carpet scrubber, and it runs across the ground, and it shows like you can see. I think there's a heat sensor on it. Like it'll show like if there's heat temperatures under the ground, and then it shows like bones or different like masses you can see under there, and then you dig in that spot and find things. So yeah, very expensive piece of technology, that's for damn sure. Who knows? I don't. Who knows, Sassy, who it is for sure, but I don't care. No, my phone. Give me a second, guys.
their wallets.
Well, okay, guys, sorry. Well, now that's done. Just so I know you're listening, Isaac. So I hope you're ready for what you just did. Contacted my wife at her place of employment, which is a federally funded place, and they will now be filing federal harassment charges on you because you can't do that. So thank you for doing that. Much appreciated. And one more way to prove the person that you are. I hope it was worth it to you. So that's been put in place already. It was cute though. Thinking, I'm glad he thought that my wife that was going to talk to him, because that was a joke. Big joke. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I mean, this guy's what, 30, 33, 34 years old? And literally acts like he's a 14-year-old kid. I mean, can you get any more immature? Right. That's what it is, Sassy. The facility themselves, the administrator, my wife just talked to me about it after she talked to the administrator. They're going to press it's federal harassment charges because they're a federally funded facility. So what they do is they take the call and they track the call, especially because they've had a lot of like phone harassment shit happen for some reason at that place. I guess I don't know why, because it's a medical facility, okay, and they're funded by the government because of what they do. So they have something set in place because of that, and they have from what I understand, from what the administrator told my wife, is they have some type of a tracking system for like phone tracking, because they had a lot of that happen, and they have something set up where it tracks that, and then it records the number, and then they just turn it over to the police and whoever handles it, and then they go ahead from there. So I guess what he said to her was whoever she was, and he said he wanted to talk to her, and she hung up on it. Yeah, they do track the IP, but then he uses Google numbers, so it's not going to come up to him that way. But because he said his name, and it was recorded when he said his name, because they record all their calls, they have to. And it's, it's a harassment call. So being that his name was recorded, and it's his voice, so this is how they're going to get him. So it's fine. And like I said, I already have my local two police officers that work for my local police department. They're they're dealing with things from this end and with his police too for what he's been doing. So just keep on doing it. It just adds to it. So it'll be good. I think this is the first time he's called my wife's job, Cotty. He's called me probably 40, 50 times. He says that he called my ex-wife, but she doesn't have the same phone number, so that's fine. And I don't care if he calls her or not. I can give two shits what he says to her. I don't get along with her at all, and vice versa. So that's fine with me. But yeah. So I'm in a way, I'm glad he did that, because this will give, there's a definition of, what do you call it? I guess you could put it like teenage harassment, or, when you're harassing people this way, is a big difference, and they don't play at that place. I guess at one point, the reason why this started, I wasn't really going to say this, but at one point in time, there was somebody that had worked there that was getting death threats via the phone, and multiple times, and there was another person that was involved in it too, and it just ended up being a bad thing. So the entire corporation put this in effect because it had happened somewhere else. They have another facility, I think in California. It had happened somewhere else, and then it ended up where a woman got attacked because of it, a stalker or something like that. But so now this is how they have it set up, and it's like I said, it's a federally funded facility. So everything that they deal with is through the government. So now, because of it, so they record their phone calls, incoming and outgoing. At some, they tell people when they use their phones, so on and so forth. It's kind of cool that she actually works there for this situation. So now that it's been done, and he said his name, and he requested my wife by name, he put himself into this situation now. And then I have proof of the harassment that he's been doing towards me and her by the fact that he took his Twitter and put it in as her name, and her business is blatant harassment. So, like I said, he's doing it to himself. Yeah, it's been repeatedly. He's been told to stop and asked to stop, and so on and so forth. So be it. I hope it was worth it, just for his little bit of internet fun he gets his jollies from. So be it. But thank you guys so much for being here. I'm glad you guys were actually here when that happened, so that you guys got to hear about it. Fun. And like I said before, I appreciate all you guys being here, putting up with all my distractions and stuff like that. I am very popular today, though. My phone's been going nuts. And I try not to avoid it because I have a relative that's not doing very well right now. So any phone calls I get, that's why I've been jumping on them. But
so I knew there were people there. I didn't know where they were. I just knew that they were still on that bridge because we hadn't gotten after I went to the ambulance.
1 second, please.
They were going over the skyway.
All right, so
And
yeah,
of course,
that's a bad thing too, because you can't do that with the porn thing.
she could have stopped. She could have just stopped. But she
So be it. Like I said, it's just stacking itself, and he thinks he can get away with everything and anything. Well, this time,
she should have just stopped. That's the moral of the story.
I guess you didn't think about that, and I wasn't going to say anything about it. So just let him fucking hang himself, So it'll be fun to watch this unfold. And he did it to himself. 100%.
I know a lot of people would like to donate.
100%.
Our policies, we have ethical laws that we can't take anything monetarily. So if they do want to donate, or instead of sending
that's right, Cotty. Yeah, once is not harassment, but the more things and more times he does it, it's 100% harassment. I mean, I got, oh God, every time he's called, it's listed in my phone. I've got all the text messages in my phone. I've got it on my computer. My one friend that is a cop where I live at, he's seen it all already, and he was like, dude, that's way more than enough for me to do this or that. And that, once we got the correct information to give the city, he said the cop that I know actually knows exactly where that's at because I guess he has family that lives over in Pennsylvania in that vicinity. So not the exact area, but close. You know what I mean? So he knew who to contact. Um, as far as law enforcement agencies go, so it is what it is. Like I said, none of it would ever had to come to this if he didn't do what he does to people. You know, I mean, at this point, it has to show that there's an obsession with it. You know, I mean, if somebody pisses you off and you want to prank call them a couple times or you want to say bad things about them, call them names, whatever, that it is what it is. It, you know, some people either have thick skin or they don't, and they can either handle it or they won't. You too, Sonny. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate your time. I hope you enjoyed the stream until now, obviously, and I do apologize for this situation, but to be talking about this now. But thanks for being here, and I love having you here. Anytime, you're welcome. And you have yourself a great day. No, Sassy, they won't. Well, hopefully one day they will, but it is what it is. So, and according to what the officer told me, that what they can do, because now with the internet bullying laws that have been being put in place, they can actually the state can put, or between the two states can put a here in Ohio they call it like a restraining order or a non-contact protection order. I think it is. There's another version of it. And it covers like bullying, physical contact. You cannot call contact of any sort form. Basically, what he called his P whatever that is that he had against Nicole. But same type of thing. You can't go within 500 yards of the person. You cannot contact them in any way, shape, or form. And this, I don't even have to do it. The state will do it. So, that's fine with me. They've already been working on that, Sassy, is what I'm talking about. The cyber stalking and the cyber harassment. There's certain things that are already put in place. They're doing it as we speak. But there are certain things that are already put in place that they can charge you with for that. I mean, and I'm sure he'll find ways to go around it in his own way, but so be it. It's just there's a lot of like little red tape and bullshit that goes along with it. It is what it is. But yeah, guys, I apologize. I don't talk about that kind of stuff during these streams in the morning, but when the subject arises, you'll have it. You'll have it. Yeah, that's my point. Like, this is what he does. Every chance he gets, he lives his life this way. Well, which, if you call this a life, but I get that he doesn't work, and that's up to him. That's his choice. If he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to, or choose not to, whatever. Again, you'd think that there'd be a lot more things he could do than this. Go. You have young kids. They're very young. Like, you could do a lot of things with your children. You could do something positive with the internet. He seems to have internet skills. You'd think he could do something positive, but it's all negative and all this shit. So, who knows? Yeah, that goes along with it too, Sassy. The third party contact thing, it goes right along with the protection order and stuff like that. So, Cecilia, I do appreciate that, hon. I really do, and I know you guys are. You guys are, like I said, you guys are amazing. The people that have been here, that are still here. Like I said, at times I get boring. and distracted through things, and you guys are still sitting here. So I absolutely love you guys for it and appreciate you guys more than you know. And I do want to say also thank you to anybody that has donated to the Cash App, the PayPal, and or the Venmo accounts. It definitely is helping. We're not there yet. I still need to get some more stuff together for the rest of the system, but it's slowly coming together. But anybody that has donated, thank you so much. I definitely appreciate you. And if you haven't, that's not stating that you have to. That not at all. It's just a donation if you choose to. Um, and that's that ticker running at the bottom of the screen is what that's all about. So piece by piece, I'm putting it together. I'll get it eventually. So I appreciate that, Cecilia. Yeah, I know you guys are going to be here regardless. Like I've been bragging to everybody, I have a really, really, really amazingly great group of people in this community that I couldn't ask for any better. I really couldn't. I love you guys to death. I really do. It just amazed me because for as long as I've been doing this, I've been around for years, like I said, watching it. I've never said anything out loud, but for as long as I've been streaming, it grew very quickly, very quickly. My sub count's not very high. I mean, I'm at almost 350 or something like that. I haven't even looked at it in a long time, but that's quick. I've only been doing this for maybe a month and a half. So, like I said, I set this up to have a platform where people can come and be comfortable, not worry about being harassed, and talk amongst each other, get along, and there's people in here from so many different communities that amazed me. That's what I wanted, other than Guest Mob, of course. And just sit back and chill and enjoy yourselves and talk about whatever we talk about. A lot of times in the evenings, like I said, it goes to that because there's always some drama coming from them. But we can sit and talk about anything we want to and, not worry about it. So, and with the moderators, all my moderators are amazing at what they do. And even the new ones, because of the type of people that you guys are, I know you'll be amazing too. So, which is, why I picked you to do that. So, that being said, it's just, it blows my mind how fast it grew and how awesome all you guys are. I love meeting new people, which is another reason why I did this. And I'm glad to have met all of you guys because you guys are all awesome people. All right, Cotty. Well, thank you, hun, for being here again. You have yourself a great day. And I hope to see you soon, dear.
When I became a trooper, you think you're done. You're gonna make all the wrong things right. Thank you. But the way I look at it now is if I can attack in person on a traffic stop to slow down.
Oh yeah. Yep. Actually, I was just talking to my stepson about that, Sassy, 2 days ago. Because I guess they had told him when he did his taxes, I think he had it direct deposited to his account through the bank he goes through. And when he was talking to the bank, the lady at the bank about something about that, she got into a conversation with him about people that were having their taxes deposited into either their PayPal accounts or their Venmo accounts, and that I guess it's happened already through PayPal. She said that they taxed something when it went into the account, which I don't see how that would work or legal, but supposedly they did it. They either charged a fee or taxed it or something like that because it was a bigger deposit. Hey, Linda, welcome, hon. And when it went into the account, it came out off of the amount of the taxes. So I was like, damn. Stacy, what's up? How are you today, my dear? And is Penny still in here? Somewhere in here. So, yep. Yeah, that's the government doing their thing, trying to get their hands on as much of our money as they possibly can. Mm. There was something else my son had brought to my attention that they were, which I don't think this will ever happen. There's no way, but that they're talking about trying to be able to tax like inheritances and like say for instance, if you were left, which they already did do that to an extent, but like if somebody leaves you money in an account in your name, that when you go to take it out of the account, they can tax that for you or tax that from you to remove from the. And I'm like, I don't know about that in that way, but I guess anything's possible. Okay, UK, everything's gone up too. Well, shit, it's here too. Is that are you from the UK, Linda? I mean, if you don't want to answer that, you don't have to by any means. But I didn't know that. Pindard. I want a video of these miniature dollhouses I make. Oh my God, do you really do that, Sassy? I mean, seriously, because I want to talk to you about that if you do. Yeah, yeah, that's what they were saying. Um, so you do custom doll houses, like the miniature doll houses, Sassy? Petrol council tax gas heating will be at 1,000 more. Oh wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. I was gonna ask you guys too, by the way, if any of you had seen something. There was something I saw on Netflix not too long ago. Me and my wife actually watched it together. Um, and the only reason why it reminded me is because of Linda talking about the UK. There was a story. It was like a docu movie, I guess you could say in a sense. About it was called "Don't Fuck with Cats." Okay, and damn guys, if you didn't see this, you need to go watch this as soon as you can because this is a because of I like the crime, the true crime, and the paranormal, all that kind of stuff is like my interest, right? So I watch all these documentaries anytime I see something new, and I jumped on it. Somebody had mentioned that to me because I never clicked on it because it looked stupid. It didn't look like something I'd be into. Damn, like it's really really good, and based on what we do here, YouTube and all that, it'll make you think because of what the shit that Isaac and his crew over there do and stuff like that. For real. I brought a tin of dog food was 120 last week and this week it's one damn. Now Linda, do you know what I don't not to sound dumb, but like what the transfer rate is for what you're putting there to what it is here in the United States? You know what, Sassy? Yeah, I was gonna actually bring that up in my stream tonight because I saw that on the news. Like the UK people that went over there protesting got like thrown in or wherever they're protesting got thrown in jail. Like boom, 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 just for protesting about it. What is that? Yeah, that don't fuck with cats thing is damn. That's all I can say. It was interesting as hell. Never had I seen or heard anything about it, and it's really good. Okay, so that's like what you put up there is $1.20, $1.74, so that's what it would be here. Okay. Just curious. I didn't know. Say that again, Linda. Wasn't the Hoover that they tracked? Okay, Sassy. Well, the reason why I asked you is I collect toys, and I have for a long time, but I recently started doing custom stuff. That's what my actual hobby is. Um, for a new line of what Hasbro released a new line of they're like an action figure. They're 6 inches tall, and um, they didn't release. They're a re-release of like GI Joe from back in the 80s and 90s, and they didn't release or haven't released, or I don't. They probably won't either because of the cost of things. Um, I make custom like accessories that go with stuff like that too, like small anything, like shit, I don't even know, barrels, little military looking barrels for photography. They do action figure and toy photography, and they set up scenes and stuff like that. And I didn't know if you just do the houses, or if you do like accessories that go along with it, or what you put together on it. I'd like to see some pictures and stuff of it, but you don't have. Yeah, the 3D printers. That's something I'm looking at getting eventually too. It's a lot of fun. It's very relaxing and very satisfying when I'm doing the custom stuff. I love it. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you more in detail about that, Sassy, if there's a way to do that. I don't think you don't have many other social media um, accounts for anything. I don't think you said so. There may not be a way. We'll figure something out. The Cats movie. Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. Very cool. Yeah, I see a lot of that stuff. They sell a lot of that stuff online too. You make the beds, couch, chairs, tables, make cups out of paper, wire. Most of the materials are wood, plastic. Right, right, right. See, what I'm trying to figure out is I found a material that I could use to do it, and the name is not coming to me right now, but I want to build like computers, small miniature sized computers. Right now at this moment, I'm working on converted an old playset for like I think it was Batman versus Superman or something that kids played with, and it's a taller piece. It's a good probably 4 foot high, and I'm converting it into a like a. I get people in it these online groups that I belong to with this that ask me to custom build things for them, and then you can turn around and sell them. But um, I got somebody that has me working on building a like a base, I guess you could call it, for his stuff, and I got to come up with like a form of lighting and like I said, a couple computer setups, uh, like the type of computers you'd see like built into the wall, with, like military type stuff, war tables and stuff like that. And I just, there's a lot that goes into it, epoxy and resin. Yeah. I just didn't know like what you did or how you did it, stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. The things that you can come up with. Yeah, there's so much stuff that you can do that is just with stuff that's just laying around your house. I found out glue and there's a material. God, it's driving me nuts. There's a plastic type material. Um, it's pretty hard, but you can like to cut it. You score it and it pops. You know what I mean? You can cut it in different with different things. Hobby Lobby, yeah, that's why I found some stuff there. And then I'm really good at like painting the miniature stuff. I have a lot of paints and stuff, but it's really neat. It's very satisfying too, especially when you're done after you've spent 3-4 hours making something. You sit back, you look at it, you're like, wow, that's kind of cool. You know what I mean? Yeah, Linda, with the 3D printers, there's different sizes and versions of them, and the small ones you can do smaller things on, and it does take a long time. Like I had a little Jeep made. It's about 1/12 scale from a friend of mine online who has it, and it literally took a week to make it because it uses the resin material. It comes in spools, and it spools it through, and it'll do the thing with it. I use the acrylic paints. Yeah, absolutely. The same paints that they use for like the little miniatures that they had for like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that is what because I used to paint those and sell those like crazy. I'm really good at those for some reason. But the the anyway, the Jeep that was made with that the resin on the spools, and it like I said, it literally took a week, and then they and make separate pieces, and then he sent it to me, and then it's what I choose. I haven't even put it together yet, but I'm going to paint it and um, detail it really good, and a couple other pieces, and then glue it all together, and then spray it down with like a hardener, and it will. I think they cure it. He cures the pieces separately when he makes them, and then sends it to me, and I finish it all up. But okay, well, it's got a name though. Sassy is what I know what you're talking about too, though. Plastruct or something like that. Plastruct or some shit like that. I'm sorry, I can't think of the exact name right now, but it comes in sheets and it comes in like little angle pieces, like long sticks or flat pieces and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Different versions of it, and you can use it to do anything. Like I saw a guy build. There's a guy I follow online. He's called the Toy Giante. He lives in California. Carlos, I can't think of his last name right now, but he has built like amazing things with this stuff. Um, and it's strong. It holds up just like if you were to go buy like a toy truck at the store. Okay, he built a car out of this, or a couple different vehicle type things out of this stuff, and I use that as a dust cover for my dollhouses. Gotcha. But it's thicker. The stuff he uses, like I said, he built an actual toy like a Jeep. Okay, and it's made out of this, and it's hard. It's hard, like what toy cars and stuff are made out of. And he builds the sides up with it, and little pieces he'll cut and bend things and stuff. I mean, it's really cool how he does all this stuff. And of course, once you paint it, you can seal it with the paint and all that stuff like that. But anyway, there's just a name I was trying to come off of it. Actually, let me see something. I think it might be in my order list from Amazon because that's where I was getting it from. Um, yeah, it is. I'll tell you what it's called right now. Yeah, the stuff you're talking about, Linda. Right? It's almost like a thick like fishing line. There's different kinds of it, Sassy, like different colors, but typically it's like a white or clear. Um, Linda, yes, it does come on spools, and it's like almost like I said, like a real thick like fishing line, and it's different colored, and that's where it feeds it into the machine, and the machine just kind of like sews it in and makes the whatever you're making out of it. So there is some that's kind of clear, Sassy, but it's hold on a minute, I'll give you the name of it. I'm getting ready to pull it up right now. Yep. Yeah, my wife has like I was paying for a lot of money actually for decals to go onto the stuff that I make and that I customize, and like you get 6 little decals and it's like $12 through these places online. They're stupid expensive. So my wife has one of those Crickets, and all you have to do is buy the material and it'll make it for you. Okay. Um, Different colors or different styles or whatever it is, and it cuts it out, puts it on the paper and cuts it out, and then you have your own decals. I found out, which is a hell of a lot cheaper, and I can get a 10 times more than what you would buy or order online. Okay, here it is. My orders. Let's find it here. Search all over orders. Buy again. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Just seen it. Damn it. Let me see. No, it's not a vinyl. It's so hard to explain. No, it's really not, Linda. Um, it's just time consuming because it takes forever. Where is this stuff? I just saw it yesterday when I was on here. Let's see. Class. Struct. Hey, Kimberly, welcome, hon. Okay, let me do it this way. No, that might be what it's made out of, um, Sassy. But there's a damn name, and I cannot think of the name to save my damn life. It was in there, it was saved, and now it's not. Because I use that stuff. I use like certain types of super glue. I use hot glue for some things, and I just wanted to. It's going to drive me nuts because that's how I am. But I wanted to be able to give you the actual name of the stuff, because if you ever made anything like it, you can make walls out of it, like for buildings, or like I said, what I used it for was to set up walls to match. Okay, it's the same type of material that like the play sets, the toy play sets for kids are made out of, the hard plastic stuff. PVC sheet or polycarbonate. It probably is something like that. Plastic craft polycarbonate sheets, shatter resistant. Yeah, that might be what it is. See, that's clear. This is like a solid white color. Flesh. I could just, I'm not finding it here, but I'll find it when I'm done looking for it, and I'm done talking to you guys. Is when it'll pop up the name, but I'll figure it out. No worries. It is made with that. I think that's what it's made out of, Sassy. Honestly, it's not as thick as PVC per se, but it's almost, it comes in sheets almost like a poster board, okay, but it's a little thicker, and it's like a more of a plastic material than obviously like cardboard or poster board would be, and it's plastic because it's not cardboard, but it's like in the realm of that style of stuff. It's a strange. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the wave of the future though, Linda. Like a lot of people, I found. I know a guy on here that when all this stuff started happening with these new action figures and stuff coming out, um, he got two machines. He's got a smaller one to make little things, and he's got a bigger one, like it's huge, and it makes big things. Okay, like he makes full blown like vehicles, like for GI Joe Jeeps and like airplanes and stuff like that. Again, it does take some time to make all the pieces, and then he puts them all together like they would, and goes from there. But um, he started doing it for himself, right? As to make his accessories and stuff that he wanted to go with his toys that he collects, and posted a few of the things he did online in the groups that we belong to, and people went nuts. Now, this guy, and I'm not lying, over the past year, he made just doing this $75,000 last year, making this stuff and selling it to people to the point where he thinks when he talked to his the person who did his taxes and stuff that they're telling him he needs to get an LLC. He's going to have to start paying taxes on it because it's a lot of income that's not being tracked, and the government's not going to let that happen. So it's really neat though the way you can make the details and everything. Now they've made when they first started making these things, Linda, the material was very brittle. Like if you picked it up and like bend it, it would snap because it's so brittle. The piece, the resin and stuff, it's not that strong. Well, what they did now is they've come out with some, because there's certain accessories that you make that are like little mini gun holsters and like jackets to put on these figures and stuff like that that are like more flexible, even hats. So they came up with another version of the material that's like a rubbery, more of a rubberish type base that's flexible with it, and it seems to be more popular. It's a little bit more expensive, but it still runs in that machine, so they've been doing that too. Um, okay, no problem, Linda. Enjoy your meal. I forgot that. Yeah, it's probably like 6 or 7 or 5 or 6 around your time there, so maybe even a little later. But no problem. Um, you have a great day. It's been great having you here. Thanks so much again. And come back anytime. Like I said, I do these streams typically in the morning, and then in the evenings I'll do that other, with everybody else. So, but you have a great day. Enjoy your meal, and so great talking to you. They are sassy. They're very expensive. I mean, I've seen some start off as low as like 150, 60, $80, all the way up to $2,000, $3,000. Those are big ones. We have a place in our local mall out in this area that you can go in. This blew my mind. Um, and I've seen examples of it too. They took for we checked it out, and there was a couple there that was doing it while we were there. But they stand you in a corner with green screens around you, and they film you with these cameras. Okay, and they put a dog in there, and they filmed the dog with the cameras, took all these pictures of it, and so on and so forth. And then they have, I got you, Linda. That's what I figured it was around in that area. Once they get all the pictures are going into a giant computer system, okay? And then they have this Gigantor 3D printer that takes up the whole one side of the building or the room. Okay, they literally physically printed out the. It's 206 where I'm at, but yeah, um, they printed out this dog, and then you can either print it out in whatever colors, but then you paint it when you're done. So they printed out a full sized version of this dog that was a pet to somebody, and then they had it painted. The company will send it out and have it painted the exact colors that you want, and it looks very realistic. It was so weird, but it's all made out of that 3D stuff, and it's all they've done up to the size of somebody had printed like a statue, I guess you call it, or a figure, the size of I don't know anybody's familiar with Star Wars. He showed me pictures of it. A Chewbacca, or not a Chewbacca, the Stormtrooper, the white Stormtrooper thing, the whole figure, the whole thing, and then they put the whole thing together, and it was a full blown, the size of a human person, and it's amazing. It's like a statue, I guess you could say. They can print out like the whole suit that the stormtroopers wear in the Star Wars movie. That's actually wearable out of this material and stuff. It's crazy. It really is. So technology has come a long, long way. That's why I want to get one, Sassy, so that I can start doing those little things that I'm talking about making for the pieces and parts, and I get commissioned. Like I said, I've made helicopters, custom helicopters that are 1/12, 1/10 scale for people. And my stuff is pretty realistic. It looks very real. Motorcycles, trucks, cars, action figures I've redone, customized. Oh, right. Yeah, that's me too. Absolutely. I've always loved art. Like I said, back in the day, that was what I was supposed to go to the Pittsburgh Institute of Art out of high school, and it just didn't happen. I went over that this morning, Kim. A little bit of it. Nothing new, really. I did introduce a new theory that I had watched a psychic talk about in regards to it, and it was just it's kind of the same theory that I had, Kim, and it was just a real quick, we'll go over. I'll tell you real quick what she said was that the theory she came up with, because she's a psychic. Like I said, some people believe in that stuff, some people don't. But she did a reading and got that she had spoke with Summer during her reading, I guess, and kept getting. I drank the poison. And I learned my lesson, and that she the theory that the lady did when she came up with her notes, she put everything together, is basically that Summer drank that tea that the mother and the 15-year-old boy were drinking. That Summer, drank the tea, and I guess in sense got drunk and may have slipped and fallen, hit her head, which is what the woman was saying that the milk jugs were being used for. Was kind of like an ice pack for her head, and that she fell asleep and never woke up, which would be from a concussion possibly. And then they disposed of her body because they knew that they would have gotten in trouble for it. And it's a very, very, very realistic and believable story and a theory, because that would make sense. Everything in that she said would make sense. And then she also got that Summer's laying somewhere in water where fish are by her feet. Okay? Which means that the body could have been put in a lake or a pond or some body of water. And when she passed away, and that's where they disposed of her body at, sadly. But that's what she got from it, and I wanted I let everybody hear the psychic this morning, and it was definitely sad but interesting. But it does open your eyes to something else, in that as far as the theories go. So that was all I saw. And then around 4 today, there's supposed to be an interview with some guy named Jose that worked with Dawn. And it's on All for Justice site on YouTube here around 4 p.m. So if you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to. But really, that's all as far as new stuff, that's about it. Yeah, it's sad, I know. And when she was explaining it, I gave my theory put together based on what she said, and I can see Hunter, because him and her related to each other as brother and sister in a sense. They're both kids, and like I could see Candace giving Hunter the twisted tea to drink, and I can see Summer saying, "I want some," I want some too. That's not fair. So joking around with it, they gave her a little bit to drink, or maybe a little too much to drink, and because any amount to a child that small is too much, but and then she got goofy feeling, because she got drunk and could not keep her footing, fell, hit her head on a rock, and it makes perfect sense. Reverend Donna Serafina also does medium readings. She's on the spiritual side, and she's been dead on about the Lord. Okay, yeah, I've heard the Serafina name. I've not don't really follow that person per se, but I've heard the name. But so that's what we went over this morning, Kimberly. I'm pretty sure that I think that was it, wasn't it, Sassy? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything when I told you that. Yeah, most definitely. I'll be checking her out too, especially if she's been dead on about other stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. And the Jody Sue. Thank you, Sassy. See, that's why I got you guys here, because I can't remember nothing. Um, also, Kimberly, they did there was a lady that did an interview, like a Q&A session with Jody Sue, the neighbor, because she's talking about how she had been filming the neighbors, which is Dawn and Candace and their kids, for like 2 years. Literally, like through the windows, like filming everything they're doing. And she says that she was doing it because they were noisy, and to have for evidence about the noise and crap like that. But I think, I have an opinion about it, thinking that she may have taken the stuff she filmed for 2 years and used that as her, when she was interviewed by TBI and Hawkins County Sheriff, is how she answered their questions, by knowing what they do on a daily basis, because she's filmed them for a few years. That way she could get herself involved into the investigation by having an answer to certain questions that interest law enforcement, I guess you could say. So, but that's pretty much all we talked about on that aspect. Um, you didn't miss much. The psychic thing, I think, was interesting, and it makes a lot of sense. It definitely gives another side to a theory that I still stand by, that it was definitely the parents, and again, not done purposely, but accidentally due to neglect, because they're neglectful people, and that Don covered it up because he knew that even if they would have taken her to the hospital or called 911 due to the accident or whatever happened, that CPS is still on their ass, because they were coming the next day, and that they would have probably figured that they would have lost their other kids, which they did anyway. So regardless, it doesn't matter. So that was pretty much all we touched on this morning. And then some drama happened, as you saw. Isaac called my wife at work, so now he's going to be getting hit with federal harassment charges, because my wife's facility is run by the federal government, and they don't play around with that stuff, because they've had harassment shit going on. So that was the other episode that I had happen that we had to talk about, and then we moved into this stuff. So you know how it is, Kim. We talk about a little bit of everything and everything. 24 pieces plastic white cake. Okay, here it is. Sassy, if you don't know, have you ever seen like the cake dowel rods that they use to like hold cakes together? The rods are made of like this plastic material. That's the stuff I'm talking about. It comes in like the rods, the tubes, the spindles, and it comes in flat sheets in different sizes. So whatever, yes, he did call my wife. I mean, you're not surprised, are you, Kim? Because this is what he does. But But yeah, that's what it's made out of, Sassy. Just to kind of relate to you, if you know what that is. Still can't find the shit. It's almost like a plexiglass consistency, but it's just not clear, you know. Mhm. See if I can find this here. Yeah, I'm quite pissed off myself, but I don't know. So, all right, guys, I hate to do it, but I gotta jump off here and go do some things. So I'm gonna have to end this for the day. This was a good one today, other than that little hiccup we had, but that's okay. I appreciate you guys being here. Um, again, as I was saying earlier, Kimberly, Sassy, Happy was here, Sunny was here, Stranger Than Fiction was here, Cotty Wapple was here, Miss Linda, Cecilia. Once again, thank you so much. Um, let's see, who else did I have in here? I had all the ladies. Charlene Caldwell. Thank you so much for being here. And welcome at any time. That's a new name for me. So if you sub to the channel, thank you so much. If not, no worries. But thanks for being here, and you're welcome anytime. I think that's everybody I hit so far. I know there's somebody I'm forgetting about. Of course, Pennywise. Always my brother. Lola Whitson. There it is. Sunny Shine. What was there? I think that was it. Cotty, Sassy. Yes. That does it, I think, as far as everybody here. Anybody that I may have forgot, if you were in the stream, I'm sorry. I just didn't see you. That's all. It wasn't that I was trying to ignore you or I didn't want to talk about you. I just didn't see your name. So that being said, once again, guys, thanks so much for being here. Thanks for coming back, Cecilia. Again, I love talking to you guys like this every day. It was a great stream. I love you guys to death. I appreciate everything you guys do. Again, anybody that donated to the computer cause, I guess you could say, thank you so much for that as well. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I don't know if I'll be doing anything tonight, but if I do, I'll see you then. And if not, I will see you soon. Have a great day. Love you guys, and goodbye.